give the people who have laptops who we got a new batch of laptops in, do we just upgrade them? Or do we want to take those new laptops and now upgrade the people who just had this whole time? Or do we upgrade the desktops to more efficient? Give the people who have laptops. All of those things we can sort out in meetings with the procurement specialist or just anybody in the department who's responsible for this whole time. Or do we upgrade the desktops to more efficient? Give the people who have all of those things. Change management. So when we're talking about change management, you have to understand that this is a process that allows everyone in the organization to understand that you're making different changes on different systems within the company. Um, Now, when you're making these changes, a lot of times we are in a work groove. We know where stuff is at. So whenever we make a big change, such as hey, we're going to take this printer off the network, um, and it's a main printer that's in the library, then that needs to go up against what we call a change management board, or have a change management team see the request that we're making to take away this main computer and this main printer in the library, and they need to determine if that's good for business. They need to determine if that's going to disrupt business um, and the users that normally use it. And so with those things, we typically put in a change request.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Okay, let me tell you. Here's 3 new AI-powered changes to the Monday platform in 20.
Lesson 11, implementing operational procedures. This lesson is mostly going to be about service desk, help desk type of principles that we should follow that can help you out with your first IT job if you never really worked in a corporate setting or even in a small office setting. These principles will still help you with your day-to-day operations. So let's jump into it. The best practices. Typically, we start off with the operating procedure, your SOPs. Your standard operating system or operating procedure is something that the upper management has already signed off on, and it rolls down the hill as far as what we do as far as the standard when it comes to this company. This could be with anything when it comes to browsing the internet, to what type of phones we should use on the network, um, how we should set up user accounts. All of these things have a standard, and we should have these standards and never deviate from the standards. Because if we do see a deviation, then we could say, okay, there's something fishy going on here. Let's take a look at it because everyone should have these 10 things. This person has 12, so um, those standard operating procedures, um, while they're not always present for everything that we may do, sometimes they can also come off as guidelines or best practices, and those are more word of mouth type of instructions. Where an SOP is probably going to be written down somewhere, an actual document. It should be some type of actual document that you can see, whether it's digital or physical. Now, in this slide here, it says that you can have a new user setup checklist, and this is true. But a lot of times you go into your server, your AD server, Active Directory server, and you have a template that's already programmed in to the software. So the only thing you really need to do is just kind of copy those templates over and then replace the important documents with the new user. But it's the same thing here, where you have a checklist of the new person will get access to so many different drives. They'll be mapped to a printer or two according to their job. It might even be off of who the permissions that their manager has will be a subset of permissions that the user will get because they fall under that particular manager, which is a great thing to have because uh, different things are different permissions for different people in different departments. And so to have these checklists is always a great thing to have, or these these setup pre-configurations is always great to have something to fall back on. And again, if you see something that falls outside of that, then it's always easy to kind of just say, you know what, this looks weird. Let's take a look at it. Now, typically, what goes on in the IT department is that you get a ticketing system. Now, a ticketing system is something that your regular users are going to be able to use this system, this platform, to inform the IT department that we have different types of issues. Give me 1 second. All right. So they can go into these ticketing systems and then be able to um, identify who they are and then identify the problem that they're having. Now, your ticketing system can go from a most popular one, I think, is dang, it's right there on the tip of my tongue too. I forget the name of the brand of that ticketing system, but they're pretty much all the same. And it looks like this the screenshot here, where um, you have different information about the company, but it's just really for your IT department to go in there and keep a track of all the tickets that can come in. The thing about working at a help desk or a service desk is that tickets can be generated um, just by coming in to work or just kind of seeing users go to the day-to-day office and they run across you. But that doesn't always track the information or track the actual work that you're putting in because it's easy for someone just to grab someone and say, hey, I need you to check this out. And it's kind of hard for our IT department to say, well, okay, before I come and see about your issue, please put in a ticket. That sounds great, but in the real world, it really doesn't work like that. Now, that's going to cause me to go off into a tangent, but I'm going to try to stay on this slide. Um, the they the ticketing system allows the IT department to see uh, how many tickets they're doing, but then also to see and project if they having a problem. So if they are getting so many different tickets on a particular um, problem. Let's say the updates ran out, they rolled out last night, and now everybody's having issues opening up their email. So now we got 10 tickets in the first hour of work about email being able not to load. Then we can automatically formulate from the amount of tickets coming in, hey, maybe we find a workaround for right now, but we need to go ahead and start contemplating what is the issue with the email and why is it so slow. Let's try to replicate the issue again, and then let's try to come up with a full term resolution to it, and then roll that out. That'll eventually turn into a little powwow where we figure out, hey, it was the updates from last night. We come up with a plan to roll back the updates that came out. That's typically how it should go, and that's for a fairly easy type of disruption to work. But when you don't have people using your ticketing system, um, how can you track that and then look at the amount of time that you may lose by going from one spot to the next spot to the next spot, and there's no one really checking the ticketing system. So I understand that sometimes you may feel like when you do put in a ticket that the IT department is not responding to the ticket as quick as possible. But it's so many different things that may play a part in why someone is not actually um, calling you back within the first 15 minutes, 30 minutes of the ticket being put in. Sometimes they come into this, what we call a ticketing queue, CUE, and that queue gets filled up, and we need to go through each ticket and kind of decipher who can work what ticket. And if you only got maybe a small team, maybe a team of five, and you only got one senior person, then you may get your senior person locked down with a couple of tickets that they need to dedicate hours to, versus you only got maybe one or two easy to medium tickets, such as change passwords or I need a replacement laptop, right? You don't really get those things just because of you don't really get to get through your tickets because they are more advanced, and the the team that you have needs to kind of coincide with the type of tickets that you get. Because a lot of times what happens is that whenever you get seasoned individuals on a service desk, they tend to move into different spots in the organization or in a different part of the department, or they leave the organization altogether. It's not a it's not surprising to see people leave companies from the help desk to the service desk, and then they just kind of up and leave after 2 years, because in this industry, um, jumping from job to job is not frowned upon. It's more about that employer looking to fill that position. And so, not saying that you should jump from job to job, but I have seen tons of resumes showing that that person has only stayed there for months at a time, maybe 6 months to 8 months at a time, a year at a time. And a lot of times you can get those things masked as if they were contract jobs. Okay. And that old philosophy of staying there for 10 years, 20 years on a job is not necessarily something that the tech industry is really looking for, even though they say they are. Um, I've seen plenty examples of people just kind of jumping jobs. Like my wife has been working at the mental health department for going on 20 years now. And I probably had maybe 8 different jobs since we've been married. Maybe not that many. No, maybe that many. So you know, but you won't see me complaining about it, and I don't see employers complaining about my resume either. So just keep those things in mind. Now, when it comes to go back to the ticketing and then the type of team that you have when it comes to tickets coming in, if your ticketing team is not able to answer those type of questions that come in on the tickets, you may need to escalate them up. Now, escalation goes to your senior reviewer, or it may go to a different department. To give an example on that is that, hey, my PC is not working correctly. This is what the ticket was saying. The PC is not working correctly. I connected to the Wi-Fi, but the Wi-Fi tells me that it's not available to be joined right now. Please see your network administrator, and they will send that into the help desk or to the service desk for some type of resolution. Now that will go into the ticketing queue, and then they're able to now read the problem for the person and then decide, okay, can we fix this? Now obviously sometimes your first thought is to hear that type of problem and say, okay, well, it's a networking issue. And while I may comply with you and say, yeah, let's just throw it over to networking and see them fix it, um, that's a form of escalation, because um, the help desk, the service desk will need to go through the proper troubleshooting procedures in order to determine that there's nothing else we can do at this level. We need to escalate it up to someone who's over the networking part of the networking part of the business. So you have to do a little bit of troubleshooting, unless you just know that, hey, all right, yeah, we've been having problems with the network today. This sounds like this is exactly what you're saying is falls in line with the other tickets that we got in, this goes directly to networking, right? But in other times, if you just get a ticket in, you want to do some troubleshooting first to make sure that it needs to be escalated up to. Now, this also goes to third parties too. Just like how I was showing you guys those different companies that I work with those vendors. Um, they have those escalation points where, hey, maybe we tried all the troubleshooting steps we can in house. We need to send it back to the vendor and let them get in contact with us as far as what to do next. And so those escalations always should be, something that we turn to. Don't try to, troubleshoot a software so much to where you got to rewrite the code. No, if what they told you as far as troubleshooting doesn't work, then it needs to go back to them and they need to get in contact with you of walking you through those type of things. Pro tip, um, don't try to waste valuable time trying to solve a insolvable issue. Give appropriate time for it. Let's go back here. I want to show you something. Give appropriate time to your tickets and then escalate them up whenever you hit a certain threshold or you feel like, you know what, I can't spend any more time on this. A proper time would be like if you spent 45 good minutes, straight minutes, just trying to figure something out and you haven't clicked anything, you haven't got any progress, you're not installing anything, you're just kind of just looking at it and just going over the problem again and again and again and again. 45 minutes, send it on up, man. Write it back up in your ticketing system, update the ticket, say these are the things that I've tried. You can even put how much time that you put on it. But escalate the ticket up to someone who can actually, help you out. And a lot of times you have to understand who are the SMEs for software. SME stands for subject matter expert. Who is over that software? Who administered that software to come into the company? So just like how I showed those different companies, you know, I have 4 or 5 different software that I'm the subject matter expert for. Now, just because that ticket comes in and it's for my software, the help desk still needs to try to troubleshoot it themselves so they can update the ticket for me in order for me to put my expertise on it. If I can't put my expertise on it and solve it, then I escalate it up to the vendor. Now, going back to this thing right here, the reason why you don't want to take all day, forever, and a day on it is because of these 3 letters right here: SLA, service level agreement. Service level agreement says that I'm only going to spend so much time on this particular um, problem, and I need to at least have a resolution by a particular time, a maximum time, and that maximum time may vary based off of the in not intensity, the severity of the ticket. So if it's you see here how it says priority. If it's a high priority, maybe my SLA time may be 4 hours. I have 4 hours to determine what's the issue and shut it down and be solved, right? Whereas a normal SLA time for a normal priority may be 2 to 3 days, right? And then a low priority might give me 5 days. Okay. So here's the thing about SLAs is that even though you may have a low priority, which gives you 5 days to finish a ticket, you still need to, update your customer. One, two, you still kind of, that's from opening the ticket and then closing the ticket. That doesn't count if you need to escalate the ticket up, right? All of that is encompassed with that. So if you got 5 days to do this, then you still want to take your 45 minutes to determine that this has nothing to do with you. Then now you can escalate it up. And now the next person at the escalation point has 4 days to complete the product, complete the task. So That's the reason why you want to, take your time, look at the tickets, do your proper troubleshooting, and then escalate it up with the proper time on that, because everybody is based on who, no matter who starts the ticket, whenever that SLA time is started, it doesn't matter who gets the ticket after that. It's going to go 2 hours to 4 hours or whatever, wherever the time limit is, and it's going to count for whoever has it last. That's the bad thing about it. So if you really kind of want to, mess somebody over, you can hold a ticket for. You can have a priority, a high priority ticket for, and knowing that you have a 4 hour window, and keep it for three, and then give it to somebody with a 1 hour left, and it's not on you because it's not in your queue. It's now in somebody else's queue, but they only got a hour left to really kind of solve it before they get a ding on their profile for letting a SLA time be breached. So keep those things in mind when it comes to escalation. Now, your ticketing system also has a way to track um, different hardware that's out in your environment. This is a good way to, asset management is always underrated, but it should be something that should be always, accounted for. You got to understand what's in your network, and then you got to understand who brings outside stuff in. So asset management is a good way to take is basically just saying taking inventory of the equipment that you are administering. There's If you don't have that, then anybody can bring anything in and tell you, hey, can you work on this? And that's not under your scope as being a IT professional. So um, your ticketing system can do this, but you also have some software out here that's just kind of asset management by itself. But 9 times out of 10, you'll probably see it in your ticketing system. Now, on the physical box, laptop, desktop, or um, tablet, they will typically have some type of asset tag. You'll see these little stickers that have, like, the 4-digit code on it, with a barcode. They can put those stickers on the different equipment, and then now scan that with a barcode reader and have it automatically inputted into the database in order to understand what did we buy, and then who do we assign it to. So now, if things become lost or damaged, we know what department to charge for replenishing that particular department device. So if we send out two laptops with the legal department, and then one of those laptops are lost, then we know to take the residual price tag and charge it to the budget of the legal department and get some of that money back so we could buy some more equipment. Oh, okay. So those ID tags, those asset tags, they work wonders when it comes to procurement and actually bringing in new equipment and showing where our old equipment went and who's responsible for that. Now, I said that word in the last one, procurement. Procurement is a so procurement may be its own department, but it may be a sliver of department of the IT department that they really don't kind of advertise like that. But these are the people that will buy the new equipment, the new uh, they'll buy like a new set of laptops or a new set of desktops, keyboards, mice, whatever we need to run physically equipment. Um, the procurement is there to talk to these different companies to find out what are the prices they're charging, and then work that against our budget, and then actually make those purchases upon our behalf. They should also be the ones over the inventory. I've seen some where they are not over the inventory. They put that in charge of the IT department. But you know what? Now that I think about it, it could be whatever. Whoever wants to really kind of be over the inventory, but you kind of, I don't know, you kind of want to put that in the procurement because you're the one. procurement spent the money to go get it. They should be the ones taking care of it. But that's just my opinion. Um, Now, on this slide, they say that they are also they're not really responsible for deployment, maintenance, and disposal, because now that goes into the actual administrators of the products that they actually bring in. Procurement is going to be more of um, the payment, making sure the payment goes through. Maybe licenses that we got have to go along with using those products. Um, the warranty is important too, just in case we need to replace them. And you're talking more warranty on um, computers versus laptop. I mean, servers and things that's a little bit unmovable. Routers and switches. Once they go into place, they don't really, they ain't moving no time soon. So there's no need to kind of get a warranty, in my opinion. Um, Now, assigning the users to those different devices that come in, this is where the inventory list still comes in, and you kind of need to work together. I would say work together with the procurement analysts to see exactly what they brought in, and then now how are we going to assign that out to people? Do we give the people who have laptops who we got a new batch of laptops in, do we just upgrade them, or do we want to take those new laptops and now upgrade the people who just had desktop this whole time, or do we upgrade the desktops to more efficient desktops? All of those things we can sort out in meetings with the procurement specialist, or just anybody in the department who is responsible for um, payment and pricing. Change management. So when we're talking about change management, you got to understand that this is a process that allows everyone in the organization to understand that you're making different changes on different systems within the company. Um, Now, when you're making these changes, a lot of times we are in a work groove. We know where stuff is at. So whenever we make a big change, such as, hey, we're going to take this printer off the network, um, and it's a main printer that's in the library, then that needs to go up against what we call a change management board, or have a change management team see the request that we're making to take away this main computer, and I mean this main printer in the library, and they need to determine if that's good for business. They need to determine if that's going to disrupt business, um, and the users that normally use it. And so with those things, we typically put in a change request that, hey, the IT department has determined that we need to take away the printer in the library. Okay, what's the purpose of the change? And then what's the scope of it? Are we just doing the printer? Or are we doing the cables that go along with it? The configurations that go along with it? Is it gonna add any type of features that we need to let our users know about? All of these things we need to know before we actually just go and make the change. So change management um, really kind of focuses in on that. For certain companies, change management is its own department. Now they don't work in IT, but they work along with IT, kind of like procurement, where they work with a lot of other companies. I mean, a lot of other departments that their changes may affect the IT department. Their changes may affect um, physical security department. It doesn't really matter. It's just the fact that it's a big change. Okay, so these are really good processes to have in involved to make sure that everybody's communicating properly, and then we understand what's going on in the company. These typically a change management meeting normally happens every week, and it's typically kind of in that middle of the week. So in what company they had it every Tuesday morning at 9, and then the company that I'm with now is having it at every Wednesday at 10. And so everybody from different departments just gets in and say, hey, because they get in the meeting and they just say what they're going to change on their particular servers or software, because we all use different software. We all don't use the same software um, or servers. So maybe what you're shutting down might affect what I'm working with, and I just need to understand that. And so a change management process is going to definitely put that out in a meeting, and then we get to talk about it. Some changes are so important that you got to have a board of approval for it, or a cab. Um, and that change approval board um, comprised of not C executives, but let's just say they're more likely the heads of the department. So maybe your IT director, your HR director, um, director over supply and logistics. All of these department managers will listen to the change request if it needs to go up that high, and then they sit there and determine, okay, what's the risk level, what's the risk analysis that goes along with it. So let's really kind of explain this thing right here. So qualitative versus quantitative. If we're talking about quantitative, then we're talking about numbers and the amount of numbers that it could affect. So the this change quantitative could affect 50 users, or basically everybody on the third floor, right? That's a number put with that. Where on the other end, if we're talking qualitative, then we're talking more of what's the quality aspect of it? Is it going to be more user friendly if we implement this? If we implement this change, it's going to allow our users to have a better user experience. So the qualitative of approach of a risk factor is going to be more emotions driven. If you ever see anything on the Tesla about that, but if they say anything about numbers, hey, it's going to affect 50% of our users, then it's going to be quantitative. Okay, so those and based off of not only these two things, it's other factors that goes into a risk analysis, but you get a risk level, whether it's high, medium, or low. It's going to determine if we really want to make this change or not. And that cab board, this change approval board, they're going to determine if that's going to be good for business, like I said. Now, if they do, then you need to really kind of come up with a testing and implementing plan. This is where you write out, okay, I foresee these issues happening. If they do happen, then we this is what we need to do. Because there's nothing worse than rolling out something and you have no rollback plan on, and now you just broke everything, and now nobody can work. And it's a very bad feeling. And if you want to ask me, how do I know? It's because that's what I did. I want to say in 2018, I rolled out a software, did not test it at all, and it was a nightmare. It was a straight up nightmare, and I thought that was the first time I thought that I was gonna get fired. But it was a learning experience, and so I never did that ever again. So sometimes the best teacher in life is experience. So, but take it from me, man. If you if you can test your product or your software, test it out before you actually roll it out. And then if you have a rollback plan, create. If you don't have one, create one. If you have one, go ahead and write it up and update it to make sure that you know what to do, because it may be the middle of the night and it's just you and another person working, maybe at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you need to implement a rollback plan to say, hey, let's push all this stuff back and roll out what we had previous, so people can come in the next morning and work. Um, Acceptable use policy. When it comes to policies and documentations, when it comes to your standard operating procedures. This acceptable use policy is something that we all should come in contact with, especially once we are new to a network. So the one example that I constantly give out is that when you are coming back off of summer vacation and you're going back to school, I think during registration, they should give you an acceptable use policy, um, wherever you're registering for class at, and then whenever you're going into the dorm to get on their internet. So at registry, when you're registering for your classes, you should sign an acceptable use policy saying what you will and will not do on the computers at your prospective schools, and then what you will and will not do on the internet on those computers. And it should just be high level. It doesn't really have to break it down to, hey, you can't go to these particular sites. Just keep it high level and say, gambling is not allowed on campus in no form, fashion, or software. And the same things need to be said when it comes to going on to, um, not that particular rule, but the acceptable use policy needs to be applied to when you're going into your dorms and you're getting on that Wi-Fi as well too. You need to say, hey, I will not use this Wi-Fi to hack anybody, um, outside of. I wouldn't use this to hack anybody. So um, they can at least cover themselves with that policy, in that regard. But a lot of times you don't see these acceptable use policies being implemented. Now, sometimes we can put them on the splash screens here. Um, so, like whenever if you've went to a hotel before and you connect to their Wi-Fi, and they give you kind of like you have to open the browser, and they give you a splash screen or open screen to just say, hey, put your information in, your room number, and your name and address to verify that you can get on the internet. You can have that splash screen, that open screen, have your acceptable use policies there, and then it's something that you would just have to check a little box in order to say that you acknowledge these changes or that you accept those policies. 11B, proper communication techniques. So being professional, let me take give me a little swing. Sorry about that. Being professional is something that I don't have to say, but it's a fine line between being professional and then being, you don't want someone to push you over, right? Or tell you how to do your job, but you always got to keep a professionalism about you, um, when working in these type of spots. Working in a service like this where, um, a support service where people are frustrated sometimes, and that frustration may lead to them saying something totally different than what's actually happening. And they may say, hey, it's doing this. I believe it to be this is the problem, and you just know for sure that that's not the problem. But the professionalism will come in to say, you know what, I'm gonna go along with this in order to just to kind of keep things calm and really just kind of fix the issue and then move on with my day. Because sometimes you may run across some people that will push and test you, um, and then you're not even able to, fix your issue or fix the problem because they won't fix their attitude. And so, always just trying to keep a professionalism about yourself, will work out great. Now, this is also important when it comes to giving off, clear instructions. Sometimes, um, if you need to talk someone through a particular steps or procedures and they are not easy to work with, it could test your frustrations and you can lose patience with them. I urge you not to do that, and I urge you don't don't tell them something else just to kind of get them off the phone. If you The more you work into this field, the more you'll find the words to kind of say to people, "Hey, we'll try it this way, do this, that, and the third," and they'll find their way into actually fixing the issue. But it takes time, I believe, to work with all different types of individuals, and then you'll kind of see that there's a pattern to certain individuals to where it's not so tough to actually solve their issue by walking them through it. Be on time. I think that goes without saying. Um, when it comes to the real world, um, being on time is being on time to just to show up for the IT job. But at the same time, when it comes to your customers, your clients, when they put in that ticket, you don't want to get with them 2 weeks after the fact or a week after the fact, even if it's just to, once they put in the ticket, to give them an automatic reply on the email to say, hey, we have received your ticket. Once we approach it and we decide who will work on the ticket, a technician will be in contact with you shortly. Even if it's just that, that kind of falls under that being on time, um, to me, because it kind of reassures with the customer that someone is listening to their issues and they're willing to go ahead and contact them. Now you still have to follow up. Don't get me wrong. Even though the initial feedback can be automated, you still want to pick up the phone and actually go through some troubleshooting steps with them. Now, I do want to highlight this: avoid distractions. If you walk to someone's desktop or desk space and you have them get up and you're sitting at their spot and you're working on the computer and they're waiting on you, try not to take any kind of phone calls or text individuals, even if you're waiting on the computer to do its thing. Maybe you're waiting for it to install the software. To be professional, just sit there and watch it install. Give up that 1 or 2 minutes of your day and just watch it install and then, restart the computer. It just shows that you're more committed to actually getting them up and started on their day. So keep those things in mind. The appearance should go without saying, but there are different scenarios. So most places that I've worked, a polo shirt with slacks is appropriate for a computer technician. But in some cases where you have to get a little dirty and you have to run lines, cable, Cat5 cable, or you have to move a lot of equipment, you may want jeans and still a polo shirt, right? Just maybe a one of the mesh shirts or a golf polo shirt, um, something that is breathable. The button down shirt is a little bit much when if you gotta move a lot of equipment because it's gonna come untucked and everything. And that's another thing too. Whether you have your shirt tucked in or not is really built off of the culture that's there at that business. Some places don't they don't allow it. They want you to feel comfortable and don't want you to have your shirt tucked in. Some places it's not said, but it's also, it's kind of the norm. So the one place I'm thinking about is banks. If you're going into a branch, then you kind of want to look appropriate to where how the tellers look and the individuals working in the office. You don't want to kind of go in there with your jeans and your untucked polo shirt, but just kind of read the room, see how your not employees, how your coworkers are dressing, and then that would determine what you would need to really kind of get when it comes to attire.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser safe. Make your browser Chrome. Choose Google Chrome for your computer.
Professional communications, take notes. This is big for me. And the reason why you want to take notes is that that first year, if you're working in help desk or service desk, you may not run across every issue, um, but eventually you will, and you won't have to take notes anymore. It just kind of be second nature. But taking notes allows you to always go back to those notes and allows you to solve problems a lot quicker. So, if you're not that person that's tickets are being escalated to, if you have a book full of notes that, every ticket that you did get to work on or did, excuse me, if you watch someone else work on that ticket and you wrote down notes for it, it will help you solve that ticket that next time it comes in. You can look at the ticket and read it and read the problem and say, oh, you know what? I wrote that down in my notes. You know what? I think this is what it's needed to actually solve this ticket. And now instead of escalating that ticket, now you can solve it at your level. And so take notes is really, really big for me. Avoid interrupting the customer. So according to what kind of customer you get. Maybe they need to be interrupted. And that's being real. But for the exam, don't don't interrupt them. Let them get out what they need to say, and maybe they may give you clues on what's the problem. But in the real world, some people you could just go ahead. No, let me not say that. Anyway, moving on. Difficult situations. So we already kind of touched on um, not being walked over, but being respectful in the work environment by clients. Sometimes um, it can get a little bit out of hand, and you get disrespected. I would say, soon as you feel disrespected or you feel like you can't do your job at that point in time and be professional, go ahead and escalate the ticket or move the ticket out of your queue. Don't put your job in jeopardy because of somebody else's foolishness. Don't do yourself like that, because you'll realize, anyway, you'll just know it. And all right, you can also, in a difficult situation, you can collaborate to with others to focus in on the solution. This is great when you have somebody that you came in with, or if you're hired on to a new spot, and maybe the last person that they hired, y'all are kind of like buddy tag teams, so y'all can work together on difficult situations, and maybe the things that you're thinking about that person is not thinking about, and y'all can look at it from different angles and be able to solve different issues. Common safety and environmental procedures. So, starting off with compliance and regulations. If we're talking about compliance, and then more importantly, I think regulations is going to have to do with the law. So, what law do we fall under, and then are we following the law? That's most important. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put this in doggone pink. Put this in yellow. Put compliance in yellow, because regulations is always going to have precedence over compliance. Regulations, hey, they'll shut our whole thing down if we don't fall in the regulations. They'll shut it all down. All right. Compliance, on the other hand, is kind of a slap on the wrist. They want us to go. Compliance is more like going along with the flow, right? But we still want to fall in line with compliance, because 9 times out of 10, compliance is going to fall in line with the regulations. But like someone always told me, is that being compliant doesn't necessarily mean that you're secure, and that's going into cybersecurity. But it is something that we want to make sure that we fall in line with. And so having compliance and building codes might be something that we pay attention to. Um, Given the fact of where we're at, maybe the environment, what product that we're working with, we may we may need to pay attention to the regulations when it comes to the environment. Of course, the health and safety logs, so health and safety laws are something that we need to pay attention to. HIPAA is always something that we need to be mindful of. And then if we have HIPAA um, data in our organization, how are we treating it? So keeping those things always in that fall in line with our regulations is cool. Let's talk about electrical. We haven't talked about electrical or electricity since core one, but the main thing that I want you guys to understand when it comes to core two and electricity is making sure that if you're working with any type of wires that's carrying hot behind electricity, make sure it's grounded and make sure you got some stuff on that's going to be able to bounce that off. So something rubber, as far as being on a electricity mat or having the electricity strap on your wrist, making sure equipment is grounded is key. Or what I would say, pro tip, if it's got to do with electricity, you don't mess with it. That's out of your scope. Get somebody else in there that knows how to handle electricity to handle that. If you are in there, messing with wires, man, um, it's not a good day. They're running low on employees. All right, but electrical fire. So the one thing that we do want to talk about is that what type of fire extinguisher we need to use if we have a problem or a fire in our data center or around our computers. What are we going to use? Are we going to use our regular, I think a class D fire extinguisher? But that's more of a wet fire extinguisher. So that's going to fry anything that's computer related. We can use a dry powered extinguisher, but we need to understand um, that we need to have those in certain spots where those fires may break out. Now, if we spray those, now we can save the hard drive that's in there and transport that hard drive to another desktop or server, right? But if we just hit it with a regular fire extinguisher, we pretty much lost everything that's on that computer as well. Now, you can use CO2 in CO2 gas to come out of the piping that's in the data center. The problem with that is that if the fire happens in the data center, the CO2 will fill that room up instantly with CO2 gas, instantly, taking away oxygen from the fire, putting the fire out immediately, right? The problem with that is that you better hope nobody's in there too, because they're gonna probably fall out and be it'll be tragic. So you don't want that if you don't need that. I think that's a little bit overkill when it comes to fires starting in the data center. I think if you set those servers up with proper settings as far as a hot owl and a cold owl, then and I mean not an owl like the bird, but a owl like a shopping owl or a column that you can walk down, that type of owl, that if you set it up with a hot owl, meaning all of the servers are pointing one way, that the heat is dissipated into this particular owl and it goes up into the ventilation. And then the backside of that, all of these servers are pointing to each other with the fans that are cooling the systems. That's the cold owl. That should keep the data center at a decent temperature to where fires really shouldn't be starting, where things shouldn't be running as hot. Trip hazards. Um, Now, this can happen anywhere, right? And it's really not something that we should be paying attention to. But if you're familiar with the the layout of a particular business, then you understand that if you're carrying something important, then tripping over something and then breaking that particular device may be in your department, right? Might be under your scope. So just keeping those things in mind that, being mindful of the physical aspects of where you're at um, can play a part. Now, lifting limits for one or two people is also something. Don't go out here and try to be, lifting these printers up, and these printers weigh about 75 to 85 pounds, and it shows you on the box that hey, two people are handling this particular printer, then you should have your buddy to come over and help you lift this printer as well. Don't do that. Don't do yourself like that because the business is not going to probably. Well, I ain't gonna say that. Just don't do that. Don't do that. Don't hurt yourself out here for that. Get you a dolly or something like that to help you out. if if in certain cases where you have to, you get a big printer and you got to put that 85-pound printer on a desk, then make sure that when you get your buddy and y'all are both on equal size of the printer, that you're lifting the printer properly to where you're lifting more with your legs and not your back. Um, Try to give you a picture of that. Where is it? Right here. So keeping the back straight, you just don't want to be over here bending around and tackling that lower back, because when you get older, trust me, that body gonna call out to you, and you're gonna listen. All right, moving on. Environmental impact. So where your business is located, and I think we talked about this yesterday, where your business is located plays a big part as far as backups is concerned. Also, where your physical equipment is, once you bring it in from a procurement and it comes off that let's say UPS truck, where you put it at is also going to play an impact too, right? You don't want to put it in any places that may have leaks, that may sound like it's obvious, but sometimes where you put your inventory at is not some of the greatest spots. So just make sure that you are putting it in the proper spot and that those spots are locked down, that you lock that stuff up. So whenever you get it from procurement, make sure you take an asset list of it, um, or take accountability of it, because it's under your care until you actually sign it out to someone. And just make sure that it's secure, but it's also free from any type of accidents that may happen. Dust cleanup. So the one thing that I think about is Iraq had a notorious attribute when it came to just putting sand everywhere. We just had sand in all our computers, and we constantly would have to clean them out with compressed air. Um, because it didn't matter whether we had them outside or within the building. The sand was so fine, and you couldn't really see it. That if it just was sitting in one spot, a day of just sitting in Iraq will just automatically fill up your fans with dust and sand. And so we just constantly have to clean them out. If not, you have temperatures running high on your PC because it just gets clogged up that way, man. Not proper ventilation for sure. So, but that those things can happen in the states too, where if it's tucked away somewhere and you got a lot of things around your desktop or your laptop and it's not able to get a good circulation around the fan, then it's gonna be hard to breathe for that machine. Uh, electro, uh, Electrostatic discharge mitigation. So we talked about this in the electricity slide. This is what I'm talking about as far as being grounded, being able to take that electricity off of that motherboard and then send it somewhere else other than through your body, causing some type of electricity transfer. And all of these things can work as, things that can help you um, transfer that electricity to other places other than to another component of the motherboard or another device, right? Now, we talked about ups um, in core one, but when we're talking about building power issues and mitigation, it has to come back up. Um, you may have generators that the company works with, but this doesn't necessarily mean that it's owned by the IT department. But you need to understand that it's there because your generators are going to be a main component to why your computers are still running if you have an outage. Now, it could be something that you want to pay attention to whenever severe thunderstorms come through, that we have power just in case that you get a lightning strike and it shuts everything down. Can we jump back on just to at least perform a backup? But if not, then maybe if we need to, put these ups on a critical machine, at least to save that, then we need to make sure that we identify those products and then make sure we put those type of systems out there on it. All right, finally, we got disposal, responsible disposal. We talked about that yesterday when it came to like Iron Mountain, where they come out there and they shred different papers that we deem to be sensitive. But not only that, when it comes to other things such as battery disposal, maybe you get a bad battery in a laptop, you take that battery out, you just ain't gonna throw the old battery away. At least I hope you're not doing that. You want to dispose of that properly. Maybe take it to the dump or recycling bin and have it recycled properly. Toner needs to be disposed of properly as well. Normally, those they will come with instructions on how to dispose toner. Hopefully, we're not throwing away toner, but I'm not saying I haven't done it. So, you know. All right, moving on. Um, Other devices and assets, it's all about how you want to get rid of equipment. Sometimes throwing it away could be the process that we use. Sometimes breaking it down, destroying it may be the process. Sometimes we just want to repurpose it and sell it to someone or donate it to a nonprofit. All of these things can come in as being responsible and being having a process to properly dispose of equipment that we used to use that we shouldn't use again. Now, that also goes to my final point will be if we're going to dispose of equipment, then working back with procurement to make sure that old equipment is taken off our list that we are tracking and making sure that we understand, we write down what we have done with that equipment once we have disposed of it. Okay. Any questions? Okay, let's jump into lesson nine, supporting mobile software. This should be a fairly quick lesson as we are all familiar with mobile devices and then how to actually troubleshoot them just because we own them. This should be kind of not second nature, but some things I think that I'll be talking about, you wouldn't be surprised that I'm going to talk about. So let's jump into it. Configuring mobile OS security. So, um, the obvious thing that we want to start with is how to lock your screen, making sure people can't get access to your phones without um, a first layer of security, which is either a pin or a biometric piece, where whether it's scanning your face or using your fingerprint to actually unlock your device. Now, sometimes you can put these things on timer. Maybe you don't want to unlock your device every time you pick it up, maybe if you use your fingerprints once, maybe you don't want it to ask you to unlock that device for maybe the next 15 minutes, just because it knows that it's in your hand, you're actively working with it. um, those are new updates that I've recently seen. Um, but in most cases, when it comes to face unlock, it's pretty quick. Whenever you pick up your phone and you make eye contact, in the case of Samsung, you get a face unlock. Whereas in seems like with Apple, it's almost seamless, where it almost seems like you don't have to look at the device, but you actually do, and it's automatically brings you into the device, and it's almost painless, versus putting a fingerprint up or putting in a pin, 4-digit pin, 6-digit pin, or even a passcode. Sometimes they have mixed passcodes where you could put in numbers and letters with symbols. Those are more stricter security codes, but face unlock is a lot more easier than that. And the wonderful thing about that is that you can couple those biometric pieces with other apps that you have. So um, if you wanted to go into your favorite banking app, it can use the screen unlock security feature as a two-factor almost, that you have to one get into the phone and then also use another that form of biometric to get into the app. So it's a way to really kind of replace the coming up with creating passwords. We have mobile security software. So just like how your computer has antivirus software on it, your phone can have the same thing. Where a lot of times it's coupled, is paired with VPN products, but you could put antivirus on your phones to scan the hard drive, as well as the folders that's in it, in the directories, making sure that there's no type of um, code that's malicious up there, and putting it into a quarantine file for you to dispose of it later. Also, you have firewalls that's protecting your phone as well. You have to remember that phones are just like computers, where they have a brain, a chipset, that's carrying out orders all the time, just like your computer is. It's just your computer is more immobile, more set to a desktop setting, where a laptop is mobile, but it's not necessarily something that you can carry in your pocket. It's just a smaller form of those two products, in just a handheld device that can still talk to the same apps that your laptop and your desktop do. So in that case, then we want to have firewalls looking at the traffic, because your phone is going to communicate the same way that your laptop does and that your desktop does on the network. It's going to communicate with the firewall. It's going to say, hey, I want to go out to this IP address, bring me these files from this particular IP address, and all of those things are going on the network. And so a firewall app can play a big part as far as um, dwindling down the information that your mobile devices receive. Now, in an enterprise setting, you typically will run across this saying right here that you see: "Bring your own device," BYOD. And bring your own devices in particular corporations that they want to have a corporate email, and then they want to have people have access to that email at any given time. Well, if that's the case, then sometimes you will want to have them to buy a company phone and then give that out to everyone. But if the budget doesn't allow for that, then they can allow their internal email to be on your personal device. The only thing we need to do is really set up the configurations in order for your uh, personal device to see the internal email server and then receive those emails. The problem with that when it comes to security is that if you're technically holding now company's information, insider information, on your personal device. So if you lose that personal device, you technically lost business information, right? And so you got to understand that when you're opting in for a BYOD, you're taking on those risks of, if someone has their phones compromised because they're going to their own personal sites and they're doing their own personal things on their outside of the phone, but then they also have access to your internal things, then you may be at risk of leakage or compromise within the internals because of their own personal actions. And so you want to keep those things in check as much as possible. This is where mobile device management, MDM, comes into place, where we can manage a cell phone, a tablet from a single software point. And this MDM not only can control what you can download as far as apps or what you can browse, um, but it can also, the main feature that I always come across is that they want the mobile wipe uh, capabilities and the data encryption and capabilities of there, and also being able to set their own face unlock or screen lock. So those three things right there can really help you out when it comes to the risk factor, because if we could put a screen lock on it, then not everybody can get hold to your phone and just automatically have access. If we can put have access to what you could download and what can't you download, um, we can say, hey, we have a list of blacklisted applications. We want to make sure that you are not allowed to download these applications. This is what we can download. And then also when it comes to the data encryption, that we can have it to where we can put that behind a passcode, and we can make sure that data is encrypted when it comes to the internal data. Now, this plays a privacy part when it comes to my own personal phone that I have, and then I'm putting companies' data on it. It plays a fine line of who owns the data, if I'm paying for the bill, but yet I have your internal business on my phone. So it really kind of pays a fine line. So this is where a MDM is going to be more paired up with a company giving out a cell phone or a tablet to go along with that in order to have those permissions over that particular device. Just another case of it is, if they leave their phone or their tablet on a plane or a train, a bus, in a hotel room, somewhere that they're traveling, they can easily call that IT department and say, "Hey, I lost this device." You can easily put in an incident report and have that device wiped remotely, regardless of where it may be. And that's the wonderful thing about an MDM, is that you can always kind of, have somewhere to fall back safely. Again, having these type of permissions over your mobile devices in an enterprise setting, you can pretty much help your users be more secure as they're on the go and they're being more productive. You can back their files up if they're um, taking pictures. If let's say if they are um, agents that's constantly on the go, real estate agents, and they're constantly taking pictures with their phones of properties. Well, if those photos are not just stuck to the phone, we can automatically set it up as a setting to upload and backlog that data up to the cloud. And now, if they just so happen to lose their device, they're not just losing the photos too. We can ship them out a new device, and they can download from the cloud whatever they have lost, right? Or they can back it up to a PC, and we can set all those things up in an MDM, which is good because MDM has way more power than what you may think. It's not just setting those application blacklists or putting a pin on a particular device. We can even shut down if someone can use a camera, or um, what sites they can go to browsing in the browser. So it's a lot of more control than what you may think when it comes to a mobile device and a MDM. Now, when it comes to location of a device, having these locators turned on in an enterprise setting is wonderful. In a private setting or in a personal device, you might want the location turned on. You might not. It's all preference, right? But a lot of these applications have the location turned on by default. And so you want to make sure that you understand those things. Um, when you're doing personal activity, that in somewhere, somehow, satellites are tracking your device, and they are putting it in a log file, um, under your profile, under that device profile. And so, um, in a case of what you see here on the screen is that, in if you lose your device personal wise, it's great to have that location on. You can go to another device, pull up the application. Hey, my phone was last seen here. Okay, let's go ahead and let's look in that spot, right? That's a wonderful feature. um, if you don't want your location found, which could be for whatever reason you want, right? um, you want to put those to make sure that you turn your locations off, but you understand that, then if someone is looking for you, or if you're looking for someone, you just lose track of that. In the case of an enterprise, on the other hand, you don't want this feature to be turned off, because you want to be able to tell, especially in an incident report, if someone loses their phone or tablet, you want to be able to say, okay, they lost their tablet. It's currently in Arizona, and we're gonna, we don't have the access or the means to get out there. We're gonna go ahead and remote wipe this machine, and then we'll try to reclaim the the um, the device after we remote wipe it. Okay. And that's the thing too, is that you don't want to turn off your locations, because you want that signal to go to your satellites in order to bring a feed back to your MDM. And once you have that last feed, or the last time the device checked into the satellites or to the MDM, then you can safely send that remote wipe out in order to make sure that that device is wiped. If it doesn't have a signal, if they turn off that locator feature, then it's kind of hard to say that, hey, I can remote wipe it, because I can actually see it checking in. If you don't see it checking in, then you got a problem. All right, Internet of Things. So we didn't really talk about Internet of Things, but this is these are anything that they have capabilities of talking on the internet, but they don't necessarily have the capabilities to be as smart as a computer or a mobile device. They are smart enough to receive updates from different websites. As far as firmware updates, they can tell you different baseline functions of what they do. So, to give an example, a smart Internet of Thing would be a washer and a dryer that can connect to your internet. And then now, what their capabilities could be is that they could tell you when a load has started washing, and then when is it on the rinse cycle, it's spinning cycle, and then once it's finished, right? And then on the dryer side, it can tell you how many minutes it has left to dry, and you could probably start it again from the app, right? And these devices typically have an app that's coupled with it, and so the physical device, can talk to the app, but the physical device can only do but so much. The app will suffice for being smarter extension of the device. Okay, and we have tons and tons of things that are categorized as uh, things, Internet of Things, and or IoT devices. Doorbells, Ring. Um, as far as the company that has camera doorbells. You have a lot of home features, smart cameras that's just set up outside of your house or your property, just kind of watching those things. They don't do a lot, but they can do, your necessary things. Maybe have some speakers on there so you can hear and speak to someone through that camera. Um, some that's higher end can probably detect if it's a person versus a package versus a animal. And then they have those applications that help interact with the human as far as what is going on. The problem when it comes to security that you see here that I got highlighted is shadow IT. Now, what does shadow IT has to do with the Internet of Things? In a business setting, if we have it, the only thing we're giving you is just a computer, printer, and a login to go and do your thing on the internet, and then you say, hey, you know what? I have I want to see if I could come up with something good. I have a I have a baby monitor that I'm not using anymore. Let's go ahead and in order to watch our product in the warehouse here in the office, we're gonna put the camera out there in the warehouse, and we'll put the screen here into the office with us. Oh yeah, it needs to hook up to the internet in order for it to do that. And the great thing about that is that we can use the app now to monitor our monitor, our warehouse monitor now that I put in, and we don't even have to bother IT. That's a form of shadow IT. So now they brought in a device that hooks up to our internet, and it has the capability of getting past our firewalls in order for it to be contacted by that baby monitor's manufacturer. So if that that baby monitor manufacturers get compromised, we essentially had a breach into our company because of shadow IT. Someone brought it in thinking that it would help the network, where in actuality, you just bring in another vulnerability. Okay. So those things, the Internet of Things, just because you have it being able to, you know, talk on the internet doesn't necessarily mean that it should be on the internet, especially in an enterprise environment. So in order to combat that, this is where we want to put in a feature called NAC, Network Access Control. And we have qualifications of what can get an IP address and then what can't. All right, real quick, let me take a drink. 9B, troubleshooting mobile OS and app software. Troubleshooting your mobile device is fairly simple, in my opinion. It's only so many things you can do. It's not like you're going into your settings and really kind of trying out different configurations to fix an issue. If an app is crashing, an app is crashing. There's really nothing you could really do other than uninstall it and reinstall it. If it's compromised, if the mobile device is compromised and is having traits of a compromised device, getting hot, running slow, sluggish, not taking a charge, apps are not working, they're kind of running real sluggish, then again, there's really nothing you could do then other than do a reboot or do a factory reset, and just wipe everything off, and then try to build everything back up. There's really, that's all it is to it. And a lot of times, um, you can seem like you're troubleshooting something, but in actuality, you probably just need another phone. Because a lot of times your phones are just kind of, it works or it doesn't. It is no really no in between. And computers are getting to that point too, where it's either it works or it doesn't, and either we uninstall a product and we reinstall it and it works, or it doesn't. So a lot of times, if there is issues, there should be an update that runs not too far away from an application, and then it fixes the issue. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to actually, hey, I need help on my phone. What can you do to help me other than a reboot? And next time, check for it yourself. Next time you call Verizon or AT&T or whoever your phone provider is, and you ask them to help you troubleshoot something, watch, they're gonna say, hey, uninstall the app, install the app, reboot the machine or reboot the device, and send it in. Right? And that's pretty much just going to be it. um and these are the things that I just kind of said, that your OS is failing to update. Those are, just a regular, you see your tiles of apps, and you just can't really go through and uh, smoothly navigate from one app to the next. And when you're running an update, it fails to actually check in. Those are, telltale signs that your phone is having issues. And really, if your phone is having issues, network issues, to actually check in, then it probably just need to be cycled out for another phone. Um, that's what your provider is going to pretty much tell you on a personal note. If you're in an enterprise setting, then your IT department will probably tell you that hey, let's just go ahead and switch it out, right? Randomly reboots and then running slow are just telltale signs of the same thing. They're just gonna, there's no switching out the motherboard in a phone in an enterprise environment. They're gonna give you another phone. Um, but typically, the troubleshooting things is just uninstall, reinstall. Now, don't get me wrong. When troubleshooting apps, you would typically look for the update first, right? Run an update to see if there is a problem with code. The updates might fix the issue, might, but that's not always guaranteed. And so, run an update. Make sure that you restart the machine or restart the phone after that, and then try the app again. If it still has a problem, uninstall the whole app, reinstall the app, and see if that's the problem. If not, new phone. So, um, also when it comes to connectivity, now here's the thing: sometimes you get users that may not um, be as tech savvy, and so they may see something like this: the airplane mode is on, and they're not understanding why they are not getting service outside of the Wi-Fi, and they may have the airplane mode on, and it's something that we need to, take advantage, not to take advantage of, but have them to make sure that that airplane symbol is not being shown in the top bar or the top notification bar. Um, Also, when it comes to the NFC, if their NFC is not being able to have a strong enough signal, there's no switching out that module on the motherboard. This is typically going to cause for either you have to send that phone in for it to be repaired, or you just get another phone in an enterprise environment. This also comes with airdropping issues. When Apple indicated that airdropping was a thing, um, if you are not able to see other devices on the network, then it's typically saying that the antenna that's in your phone reaching out to the the Wi-Fi signal is not strong enough to actually, or it's not strong enough, or it's not able to make a clean connection in order to send big packets of let's say a photo or video over the Wi-Fi. And that's typically all airdropping is that it's just sending, it's doing some type of file translation over the network air to someone else's phone. Okay. All right. Troubleshoot mobile OS and app security. So the concerns with jailbreaking a device, root access, right? Root access is typically going to give you all the permissions that you would ever want on a device. But the problem with that is that sometimes you can run across the wrong applications that may end up in um, issues of applications getting information from your phone that is private. And so you want to be careful of buying jailbroken devices and having someone jailbreak your phone. I think at this point in time, I think this is kind of a thing of the past where jailbreaking used to be, um, I want to say a 2010 to 2015 type of deal where I used to see it with Fire Stick devices where you would get more features if you jailbroke it, and since it's an Android system, it's able to receive more channels or some type of you know access that you definitely didn't get from the factory. But again, you can't really trust everything in that. And this is kind of a in the security world, this is kind of what they call a watering hole attack, where your attackers put something good out there, they give something enticing. It's almost like in the jungle, the watering hole is for all the animals to come in and get hydration, right? But the thing about it is that when they come up to drink out of the pond or the lake, it might be an alligator and they trying to get some food. All right, so that might be a trade-off when it comes to jailbreaking, is that you might run across an alligator or two trying to snap your head off. All right, so on the flip side of that is that, if you don't have something jailbroken, you typically, the good thing about Apple is that the Apple Store is only going to have trusted apps in the App Store. Where we talked about before, Google Play Store may have some. They might have some. You might run across some sketchy applications. So in the App Store is typically where you want to get your apps from when it comes to the Apple products. Now, if you jailbreak your particular iPhone, you may be able to go to the Google Play Store and download some things from Google Play Store. You know what I'm saying? That's where that jailbreaking comes into play and how much freedom you may get of changing things on your iPhone, right? It sounds cool, but now you're opening yourself up to different types of attacks. Now, let's go into app spoofing. Whenever I say the word spoofing, spoofing is just another word for pretending to be something that it's not. And you have different cases of this where it may be IP spoofing or Mac spoofing. Um, but in this case, app spoofing is it it poses the same look, let's say on the thumbnail, and then when you look into it in the app store, it looks the same way um, as your legitimate application. But when you download it, this is a ploy or a coy to um, get information from you or to take information off that phone, um, lock that phone up, whatever the application is built to do, that's what is going to do. And so you want to make sure that you get legitimate apps and you understand what you're downloading. And more than likely, if you're going to download something, you need to go through the app store versus downloaded it on the browser and then put it in on the phone. So when I say about that is that sometimes you can have a Google um, Chrome app on your phone, and that's a browser, right? So you can download the another application from that browser to your directory on your phone, and then try to install that app from there. That's typically a way. Uh, it's typically kind of a roundabout a way of installing an application versus going through the actual app store. And so this may pose a problem, right? So you don't know exactly what you may be downloading from the browser onto your mobile app. And it's not so, cut dry as a computer where your antivirus may pick it up. You may not have antivirus on your mobile device that is alerting you that something's wrong. So just be careful that and just try to make sure that everything is either coming from the Google Play Store and that is coming from the Apple Store. All right, moving on. Mobile security systems. Um, this is typically, things that you see in a regular computer, you're gonna see on a mobile app or in a mobile setting. Is gonna be typically the same type of behavior where if you start seeing ads, um, just any ads pop up on your phone and you're not having any applications open, then it's a telltale sign that something's running in the background, being able to alert you and get in front of your screen time without your permissions. So that's a good indication that something's been compromised. Um, the no internet connectivity could be the airplay mode is on, but it also could be that something is stopping that blockage. It may be something that's blocking the connectivity from your phone to your Wi-Fi signal. So just keep those things in mind. Unexpected application behavior. Again, if it's just you're opening an application and then it's automatically closing, it may be something that you could just fix with the uninstall and reinstall or an application update. Um, but the biggest thing that I see when it comes to the symptoms here is leak personal information. If you're out there on the internet and you see things that is personal of yours, um, on sites that shouldn't be there, or things that you know that should just be on your particular device, and it's showing up in different areas, or people understand, they know what's there that you know you didn't share. There's a big indicator that you probably, even if you wipe your phone, that information has already been separated from your phone, and so that information is already out there. You can probably want to look into a third party to maybe try to wipe that information away from the internet. But if it hits the internet, it kind of lives forever somewhere. So, um, yeah, those things are all I had for lesson 9. Again, I think it was something that we really, going over the course of core 1 and core 2, we have at some point in time covered the things that we went over here in core in lesson 9. So we only got a couple of more lessons left, and then we'll make sure that we study real hard uh, to review core 1 and core 2 for the upcoming test. All right, I'll see y'all soon. Let's go ahead and get into lesson 8, managing security settings. This lesson should be pretty quick because it's stuff that we know, or it's stuff that we already went over several times. Um, Earlier in these lessons with the cores, and then in the cybersecurity security plus lessons, we went over some of these concepts as well. So getting started with configuring the workstation security. Um, they start off talking about passwords and the complexity of them. We all know that I always preach 8 characters, upper and lowercase letters. You want to make sure you have your special characters in there, and you're rotating those passwords every 3 months, every 90 days. So you also can put it on the BIOS and having it to protect that firmware interface. And the reason why we want to do that is that, if we have a very sensitive computer, maybe we don't even want to have somebody try to get to our OS in order to log in. Maybe we want to stop them at the BIOS and not even chance them getting past that. Now, typically, when it comes to a Windows machine, this is where we're going to put it in on um, BitLocker. BitLocker is going to lock that down at the BIOS stage. I think it's the disencryption on Apple that's going to be able to encrypt that whole hard drive on their systems. Now, when it comes to the end users' best practices, these are things that you will preach to certain clients. They may follow it, they may not. But this is what, as a security professional, you kind of want to just have these things out that they learn from on a day-to-day basis. Log off when you're not using your computer. I tell people this all the time. When you get up from your workstation at wherever you're in um, a public venue, go ahead and just hit the start. I mean the Windows key and the L key, just to lock you, automatically lock your screen and get up and go, and type your password in whenever you get back. That could be a little bit of hassle if you're always getting up and down, leaving your computer, and you don't want to log in all the time. I get it. But if you get up and leave to go and talk to your neighbor, there's nothing stopping someone to actually sitting at your computer and then trying to get some information off of it. You'll see it a lot of times where you're just walking by, seeing somebody left their computer logged in. Well, typically, if that's the case, then you don't need to worry about hacking. The hack has already been done for you. Only thing you need to do is just plug in your USB stick and try to transfer some files quick as possible, and then get up and leave. The hard part has already been done. Um, so always try to lock your machine whenever you're leaving it unattended. This also goes into the clean desk policy, cleaning off things that have sensitive information, and making sure that it's not in plain sight on your desk. So equipment locks could go into that standpoint too, or in that play where we're locking down an actual desktop to a desk. So an equipment lock will look like this. I don't know if you guys have seen something like this, but it's a cable lock for a laptop. They look like these, and some people have them. Some places don't. But the problem with this is that if we're talking 100 people on one floor, you're talking about everybody having a key to this, and then maybe every director or every manager will have a key for as a backup for their particular uh, employees' laptop or workstation. Now you will take this and you will hook it up to your laptop, but then you'll take this other loop here at the end of the cable, and you'll wrap it around, let's say a desk table, a desktop leg, or something that's immovable, or something that's really hard to actually um, break or get away from. So whenever you latch these two things together, you kind of want to make it to where somebody just can't pick up your laptop and just walk off with it. Now, if you don't have that, then imagine how easy it is for you to take a bathroom break and then you just pick up someone's laptop and then leave. Okay, so they have these for desktops and laptops. Having those teaching people about PII, this third point here. PII is a point that people really don't understand what all goes into it, but it's pretty simple. It's things that websites ask you for all the time. They ask you for your name, first and last name, and they'll ask you for your birth date, um, place of address, and they may ask you of your gender, or they may ask you um, state zip code that you're in. But all of these things are not sensitive to us, right? So we're thinking sensitive being social security number, and maybe driver license number. Those are things are particular to us. But with just those things that I just named, where it's a name, sorry, a name, address, and birth date, really, when you think about it, how hard is it really for me to find you within a state if I got your address, and then how many people are really born on your date with your name? I could probably do a Google search and probably find Ryan Edwards in that state with your particular address that you had to give up to get a I don't know, some type of PDF that I was giving out for free online. So that's when it comes to personal identifiable information. Those things are linked to you as a person, and so you shouldn't want to give those things out every time. But when you think about websites that we do give them to, and then when they're compromised, then that's when your information is already on the dark web and is being sold to someone else. Therefore, that's how you get those robocalls, those text messages out of the blue, the spam emails. Those are things that you gave out that information to someone entrusting them, and then they turn around, get hacked, or data leak, and now your information is out there for others. Now, how do you stop that? Be careful about who you give your information to. That's one. Uh, if you have to give up an email, try to give up a fake email if possible, or an email that's not really used by you. You may check it just in case you really want that service or what have you, but um, try not to link it to something that's professional to you. I will always say that if you guys can make a professional profile of yourself, do so. Um, Go back and look at your emails, your personal emails, and if you don't have an email that's your first name dot last name, make that. It's more than likely not going to exist in some of your favorite Gmails, Yahoo, or wherever you want to get your email from. It's probably not going to exist. So just go ahead and make a professional at gmail.com account. Or if you have to put a 0.1 on it, put a 0.1, or I'm sorry, a 0.1 on it. Um, More likely these emails don't exist. And then now you could keep that as a professional one, and then you can have your old ones as something that you could just give out, and try to create more of a separated profile online. When it comes to having permissions given to different accounts, you want to make sure that you understand who's using the account, where they're working out in the business, and then how much you want to restrict them from actually seeing the network. So restricting them is a big component of IAM, identity access and management, and you want to make sure that you give only the permissions that they need. Typically, they already have some type of template out that you are going to copy that user from and create a new user. But if you need to dial back their permissions, let's say if they're a vendor, then you might want to have a vendor profile that's going to be only limited to internet access, and then everything else is restricted. So um, when it comes to default administrator accounts, uh, if you come encounter with a default administrator account, if you have the permissions to change it, change the password. Now, of course, I'm not telling you that if you don't have the right to change that password, don't change the password. But if you are in charge to change a password, go ahead and change that default password, because if you know it, there's a good chance someone else who doesn't need to have access, they know that password as well. Um, this is typically seen when it comes to your modem or your router in your house. They have that default password on the box somewhere. Um, Look at it and go to the website, uh, and then type in that default username and password, and then see if there's a setting in there so for you to change it. It will save you headaches in the long run, right? Always, always, always disable the guest account. If there's a guest account on your machine, go ahead and make sure that there's no way for that person to actually log into that account. Computer management, I think. So I'm gonna try to pull up my guest account if I can find it. So I don't have it on mine, but if I had one in this account where I could have a guest log on to my computer, sometimes you can go here, and whenever you are looking at signing out or changing their profile, they made back in older OSs, they had a setting to where you can have a guest profile pop up, and then it can have a limited OS for that particular person to do whatever they needed to do in a business setting. But if that computer is never going to be used for a guest and that guest account is still on there, they typically have easy passwords that they can be hacked into or guessed, and you want to go ahead and disable those accounts as quick as possible. Account policies falls under that the restrictions that we're gonna have people use. This is a screenshot from AD. This is something that you will be if you're working in the help desk or the service desk, or um, really in the professional environment. This screen is something that you want to be aware of, and this is where you can go in and restrict someone from doing a lot of things. Whenever I'm talking about putting restrictions on them, giving them only enough permissions to get their job done, this is where I'm pretty much saying how you lock that particular person down. In this case, this person is David Martin. Um, but you can lock down a whole group of people who work with David Martin, and we'll put them in a security group, and then apply the permissions across the board. These policies uh, could range from password policies to the desktop policies. right here where we got restricted log on times. So maybe we don't want them to log in no earlier than 9 a.m. And then we don't want them to stay online no later than 7 p.m. Okay. So in that range, in that time range, if we see any type of activity on the network after 9 o'clock, let's say, then we could say, okay, we know that we set these particular accounts to be under a login time. We don't have to worry about those things. So when it comes to threat hunting or looking at analysis of what's going on in a particular environment, you can use those type of things as kind of like baseline know-hows to say, hey, I know that we have this particular setting, so we don't have to really worry about that unless someone changed that and we don't really know about it, right? You can also have policies on failed login attempts. So this varies, right? And it's really about how strict do you want your environment to be? Do you want it a three-time attempts and then you lock the account out, or do you want to give them 7 times to attempt the password? But you don't want to make it unlimited because now if I go in and I log into that computer with Kali Linux, I'm able to brute force my way into it, right? And remember, brute force is just taking every possible way of how a password could be created and just trying it. If it has different letters or characters, I'm going to try every possible combination. So you don't want to make it an unlimited attempt, but you do want to set it to a nice threshold to his what like maybe I'm giving you 5 chances. And on the third time, I say, hey, you only got 2 more attempts before your account becomes locked out. And tidbit or a pro tip is that if your account becomes locked out, uh, after 15 minutes, it typically becomes unlocked. I don't think the Microsoft system locks your account until someone unlocks it. It's just in that 15-minute window, it's locked out. But then after, let's say, 20 minutes, it becomes unlocked, and now you can try again. So just keep those things in mind, just in case you can't get in contact with someone and with the help desk or what have you. After 15 minutes, it typically unlocks, right? And then you can try again. But if you get it wrong for the next 5 times, it's going to lock you out again. Now, um, whenever you're getting into a professional environment and you have a phone um, with that email and it's using the your professional account or your AD account in order to talk to that phone or talk to that email on your phone, what typically happens is that whenever you are locked out, your emails may keep trying to authenticate, causing a lockout, even if you wait that 15 minutes on the computer, right? So just to kind of clear that up, because I don't know if I said it fairly clear. If you're going to a job and they give you a laptop and they give you a working phone, they will set your working phone up with the same account that they set up your computer with, and they will set the email up on your phone with that same account. Now, when you change your password on your computer, um, and you don't change your password on your cell phone for that same account, that phone will typically talk back to the server trying to get your emails, trying to authenticate so it can receive the emails constantly because your emails is probably going to be your email server are probably a reach back out to the server and say, hey, every 2 minutes I want to check in to make sure there's nothing new for my user. So I'm going to use my password, and in this case, it's using an old password. And since it uses an old password, you can see that it's going to constantly ask and ask and ask. And after 5 times, it automatically locks out your account. So just keep those things in mind that if someone is constantly being locked out in some type of way, and they know that they're not typing it in themselves, it's not necessarily that they're getting hacked. It's probably that they have credentials somewhere else that's constantly trying to authenticate as them, um, just to stay up to date. Okay, uh, Microsoft is notorious with that because, um, like, even when I show you guys all of these are past slides that we've seen. I work on these slides on a different computer. Well, in order for them to transfer over the cloud, my account on my laptop has to constantly authenticate, in order to receive these files as an update. Hey, what has he been working on today? Okay, well, let me put this on the main computer so I can have it whenever he comes in and do the class. We need the password to do so. All right. Maybe I kind of went too long on that, but uh, re-enable an account. So if you're working as help desk, um, you are going to get your typical, hey, I'm locked out of my account. Can you unlock my password or unlock my account? This is typically where you're going to come to this section, this tab, and you'll see right here on the account options that you can unlock this password. I'm sorry, right above account options, you'll see unlock the account. You want to make sure that that's checked. If it's not checked, then it will have a longer message on it, saying that this person has logged in too many times, to click here to unlock that account. Now, once you click that, you want to click apply in order to say yes to the changes. If you don't click apply and you just click unlock and then okay, then that person's still going to remain unlocked. Okay. I mean, locked out. Now, you can also have that person change their password on the next login so you can unlock them. Click this button to say, hey, change the password on the next login. That way, we can go ahead and get a fresh new password created. But remember, if you're working with someone and they have a mobile device, tell them to make sure that after they change that password on the PC, to change it onto their cell phone next, because it's just going to repeat the cycle. Okay. Auto run and auto play. So when it comes to downloading software, sometimes we have this setting put on to where, um, once the software is finished running, it automatically installs and then configures after that. It launches and then it continues to um, be as a something that we want to pay attention to in the forefront. And maybe we don't want that. So autoplay is something that we can go in here and turn off. Um, you know, you don't necessarily need to have that happen all the time, but it's a preference that you can have. This is also the reason why it's insecurity wise, is because if we download the wrong software, if we download some malicious software, once we download it, if it's set to autoplay, once it downloads, it's going to kick off and run the virus. All right. So sometimes they'll play games on that, or they'll take their chances to see, hey, all right, I'm gonna see if there's somebody's got auto run enabled on it, and I'm just gonna, have this automatically download and then run immediately after that. Hopefully, to eliminate that, you will have a UAC enabled to where if once it downloads and then it wants to actually install, that autoplay kicks in. You have it chimes and then asks for a username and password. Now, you being a security professional, you will look at that as like being, hey, I'm not asking you to make a change to my computer. Let me see what this is about, and that should raise a red flag, um, and stop the process right there instead of just running in the background, and or running and you're not really paying attention to what's being installed. So hopefully you'll always keep your UAC enabled. And just to be clear, the UAC can be found here. So this is a user account control setting. This is what's going to chime and then say, hey, give me your username and password to make these changes. If you put this down to never notify, then we can run whatever we want to play, or we can install whatever we want to install. Never get that change notification. Never ask us to, put in the username and password. But if we do this, put it all the way to the high, always notify for every single change that you want to make to your hard drive, it's going to ask for some type of notification or ask for some type of authentication. So we want to keep this here. Um, you can put it at the kind of the lower tier if you would like. And if you know what you're putting on your computer, and you know that you're pretty safe with what you're putting on and what you want to be installed, I say put it lower, but never put it at the never notify. Always kind of I leave it at the default, um, because when you go in a professional place, this is where it's going to probably be at too, and you just want to know when you're making a change what to have your username and password ready for. Okay. Also, in order to make those changes, you'll see this little shield right here for OK. Whenever you hit this shield or hit OK, it's going to ask for that username and password there. So that'll let you know, hey, this is what we need, or you'll know, hey, I know if I make this change here, it's going to ask for some type of authentication. Microsoft Defender. So every Windows machine is going to come with Microsoft Defender, as well as this suite of protection. Now, this is a light version of Windows Defender. It becomes a lot more granular, but this is everything you would need to be able to run a scan on your desktop laptop. You can always go to, I'm sorry, let me do that again. You can go to scan options, and then you can look at quick scan, full scan, custom scans, where you can just customly pick whatever destination that you want to scan. And if your computer loses internet connection, you can still have it kick off and run a offline scan. Um, Typically, these takes a full scan will probably take about 3 hours to run, and it'll give you a notification if it finds anything. Now, with that being said, is is Microsoft Defender great? Yeah, it's alright. I mean, it's good to have something, right? It's not the best. The one thing you'll learn about cybersecurity tools is that a lot of people got tools out here, and everybody claim to do the latest and the greatest, and they claim to be good at it, right? Well, the one thing that I've learned is that if you're trying to do everything, if that company is trying to do every single thing, right? They got a product for everything. They probably are, the age old saying of uh, a jack of all trades, master of none. So it's it's cool. They can do it. Yeah, I think Microsoft can look for a virus and find it and get it up out of here. But is it something they don't really just concentrate in on that? And so you would kind of, if you put it up against a vendor that's only thing they do is just cybersecurity tools, and their main one is maybe a antivirus such as Carbon Black. So they're probably going to be looking for way more different things. Um, and this will take us into definitions and heuristic, right? So definitions are kind of like these signature fingerprints of a virus. Whenever you're writing a virus, you're just writing code, right? Things that you want to happen that shouldn't happen, right? Um, that's all it is. And so whenever people find those codes and we deem them to be malicious, we keep a record of them. In order for everybody to have the same record or up to date record, we need to have the latest in definitions. In order to get the latest in definitions, you typically want to run an update. Um, just for giggles, let's run an update right now. And if not, let's just go ahead and see. Well, your latest update is going to have the latest definitions for your antivirus. If you're lacking the updates for your antivirus on the definitions, then if there's a new virus that comes out, you're not going to be able to detect it, right? Make sense? Now, that's what typically your defender is going to do. Your run of the mill, not premium defender is going to download the latest definitions. And I thought I was going to see one here by now, but I haven't seen it. Updates, definition updates. Sorry. Hey, these are all the definition updates that I was just talking about. This needs to happen pretty much on a daily basis, right? So you always want your antivirus to be up to date with definitions. But like I said, those are like a record book of things that we already know that's out there. What about the viruses that we're not aware of yet? This is where heuristic comes into play. Now, this is where that company that I named before, Carbon Black, this is where they may come in and be more proficient at it than a Windows Defender. Because Windows is Microsoft, they got so many different products that they want to be great at. But they only really are really kind of great in one thing, and that's operating systems. So Carbon Black, on the other hand, they are great at getting the definitions, but now they also can look at heuristic different types of viruses. So what is heuristic? Heuristic is when a virus has a behavior, and instead of having a set definition to it, where hey, this is when it starts, it does these things, these checklists, right? Heuristic is smart enough for it to look to see, okay, I'm in this environment, so I'm going to look for these particular things, right? It has a almost, it's more of a smarter virus than your typical run of the mill. Hey, we seen it in the wild before. We already got the fingerprint on it. Heuristic is something that we is peculiar, but we don't really know if it's a virus or not. Something like a Carbon Black um, software will be able to at least say, hey, that's not right. That doesn't look normal. Let me go ahead and quarantine this. Now, that sounds great, right? That sounds like you should drop your money right now and buy that. That's not always the case, and sometimes for a lot of companies, the budget is not there for those type of equipment. Maybe you already are in a contract and you just can't, you don't have time to actually get another vendor in and then move their stuff in and move the old stuff out. Maybe you want to go ahead and satisfy this contract that you already signed. But it's so many different things. But that's your typical difference between definitions and heuristic. And this goes across any other cybersecurity um, tool out there. You have some that's, hey, we do all of these things, and they really are not great at one. And so you just kind of, whenever you, if you ever are in a position to where you're interviewing one of these vendors to come into your business, just ask them what they're great at. What do they do very well? What are their customers saying that they do well? Then that's their probably their bread and butter. Other than that, they're just trying to sell you, upsell you on something else that they probably thinking that you're not going to spend much time in, right? On top of the antivirus, you also got the Defender firewall, and I know you guys know what a firewall is. So, thumbs up if we know what a firewall is, and we know how they do what they do. We good. We good. I like that. Real quick. So we know how they do what they do, right? So, well, hold on. Word. That's the only thing I was looking for. The bouncer. All right. Moving on. That gave me goosebumps. Thanks. At least I taught something. All right. Encryption. So encrypting is data. We're going to talk about data at rest, but encrypting is taking something readable, making it unreadable, right? Gonna and I want you guys to really kind of when you break it down to its lowest form, it's just putting a password on something. Even if we go back to this first slide, where we were talking about passwords. This is applying some type of encryption on something, right? Now, not saying that your normal password to get into your email is encrypted, but it's a hash, so it's in that family, right? But then the email that you're using, in order for you to use it, has encryption on it. Let me go back. So it's in that family, and that's the only thing I really want you to understand is that uh, when you're encrypting a file, you're just putting, I don't want to say just putting the password on it because you're applying an algorithm on it to make it unreadable for someone to just look at it and say, oh, that's what it is. And typically, when I'm thinking about that, is that someone's taking Wireshark and then looking at the packets go back and forth, and they're able to pick out one data packet and say, oh, you use the email, but you didn't encrypt it. Let me read the email. Oh, you sent the text messages, but you didn't encrypt it. Let me read your text, which is possible if we're not using encryption on our text, right? So you want to keep those things in using security protocols is all if all possible. HTTPS, um, the SSH, those different protocols that we needed to learn when it comes to secure protocols, secure FTP, being able to use those encryptions on it is going to allow it to be confined from prying eyes. Now, data at rest, let's get to that. That's going back to what we were talking about with BitLocker and putting an encryption on your main hard drive. It's data that's not being used at that point in time. We're not changing it. We're not opening it up and then editing it. So when I say that, I'm talking about let's open up a Word document and let's change the document. Let's put this extra paragraph, right? This addendum in there. When we're that's opening something up, that's data in use. When it's just sitting on my desktop somewhere. So going back to my file section, these documents here, these slide that I'm not using, they're just kind of sitting on the cloud. This is data at rest. I'm not using it. I just see the name of it. No one's editing it. No one's sending it. They're not sending it anywhere. That's data in motion. If I'm going to send it in an email and send it from destination A to B, data in motion, it's just sitting on the cloud, right? Somewhere in OneDrive, downloads, data at rest. If it's data at rest, then I want it to be encrypted. And that like I said, it goes back to what I was saying here, where we're encrypting the BIOS or we encrypting the hard drive on our system to make sure that, if somebody goes into our um, let's say they hack into our system and they come up to the screen right here, and then when they go to my PC and they see the hard drives, and then let me see, I can't do it. I'll have to format it. Hold on. Excuse me. Sorry. When if were to hack into my computer, go into my this PC directory, and they double click on this OS, the C drive, it should prompt them for a password in order for them not to get past that and then see these drives and then be able to take those things out and just pass them along, right? Now just think about the scenario I was just painting earlier, where you left you left your desk at work and you went to go and use the restroom. You left your computer unlocked and you don't have a lock on your hard drive, or it's not encrypted to where I can't make any changes, or you know it's just open. So how hard is it for me to wait till you go to the restroom, plug in my thumb drive? Once my thumb drive shows up like this, I just go ahead and just drag it over and just walk away. Maybe I could put it, if it's a desktop, I could put it in the back of the desktop and just walk away, minimize it, and just you know, take it at the end of the day whenever you leave your workspace. It's easy. I got everything that I needed. Even if you were to stop it mid transference, I probably got enough information that I can at least say that's a good days of work as far as a hacker is concerned. Didn't have to really do any social engineering. I just went in there and waited until you went to the restroom. So this is what I'm talking about, BitLocker, right? So I don't have this piece on here because I don't have Windows Professional on my PC, but BitLocker is going to encrypt that hard drive, that C drive, or whatever other drive that you want to be encrypted. It can apply that encryption to it. Then now it's going to ask for a password whenever someone tries to make a change to it. And a change being, I'm taking information and copying it off. That's a change. I just don't want you to think that a change is deleting the files or um, creating new ones. It could be creating, it could be deleting, yes. But it also could be I'm opening up a file and changing a paragraph on something. Um, I'm adding to it. So creating files. I'm adding to it instead of taking from it. It could be whatever. Long as I'm going in there and I'm causing it to make a some type of change, that's something that BitLucky can put a stop to. All right. Any questions before we go to 8B? All right. Browser security. So there are trusted browsers out there for whatever OS that we're using. Um, your typical ones that you're gonna see is Safari, Edge, um, Chrome, and Firefox. Real quick in the chat, which ones do y'all like? Or you come off mute if you want. Um, do y'all like any one of these browsers?
Chrome. Chrome's about the best one.
Yeah, I mess with Chrome. As you can see, I'm my default. That's
That's always my go-to. I make it my default on my computer and my phone. It's I guess that's what I'm used to.
yeah, Majesty.
Okay, on that topic, what is, I don't know, but is there like a difference between Google and Google Chrome? I don't think like on the website. Well, no, I think so. I don't know, because it's like when you go to download Google, you have two options, either downloading Google or Google Chrome. So it's like, do you yourself know the difference between those two? Or
No. We mean Google. Download Google.
as in like there's two different like apps. Like you have Google or you have the Google Chrome. I don't know, maybe they may have been integrated lately because it's
Excuse me.
been in so long. Google and Google Chrome are like two separate things.
You talking about mobile device?
Yeah, mobile device, and it used to be on like web sites too. I'm pretty sure they have like merged the website, but I know they're still separate on mobile devices.
When it comes to the mobile device, I do not see a difference between Google and then Chrome on for mobile. Only that the default page for Google is a little bit different. Um, but I typically try to go with a Chrome. Well, tell you the truth, on a mobile device, I don't use Chrome on a mobile device. I just use the default browser that's on that device. So I wish that I knew I've seen it before. What you're talking about because I've seen it labeled two different things, um, and it's typically on a Chromebook. Tell you the truth, um, but I might be wrong. Hold on, give me one second. Let me check this. But no, I don't. I don't see a difference between it. Yeah. So I got a it come when I got a app on my phone now that just says Google, but then I know that there's a Chrome that has the Chrome logo on it, which is this little circle thing here. But I have one that has this Google Play. Let's go up in here. Let's do this. And let's do this. Yeah. Um, no, I don't. I don't understand why there's two different ones, and I don't see the difference in them. Other than, like I said, this is how they. This is the main screen for Google that comes up. It kind of has in an Android system. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that. Hey, nope. You could kind of have your Google browser off to the one of those sliding pages off to the right, and it'll automatically open up like this. Whereas Chrome typically goes to your typical. It has a more of a web browser feel to it, where this has more of a mobile app feel. That might be a lazy answer to that, but you are correct. There are two. Hmm. All right. Um, now, personal preference. I'm talking about Chrome on a PC. Always, I need Chrome. I just feel like I can navigate Chrome a lot better, and that's mostly on just when it comes to my ellipses over here, and then where are things at? I know where to look at when it comes to troubleshooting the actual browser. Over the years, they have gotten better with the browser crashing using it's typically now the websites don't work with the browser, where back in the day it was used to be the browser didn't work with the websites. So they've gotten better over the time. The extensions, we'll talk about extensions in a minute, but yeah, I love Chrome. I never tried Opera before. Opera, whatever. Anyway, never tried it. Edge, I cannot stand Edge. I wish Edge would go away forever. And that's what I'm saying. You see, this is a web browser by Microsoft. Now that I just showed you Defender and a firewall. Which one are you going to perfect? Well, it definitely wasn't Microsoft Edge because Microsoft Edge is horrendous. It's an abomination. It needs to go away forever. But it just steals your information from Chrome. It is terrible. It doesn't work anyway. It doesn't work with a lot of things. It just gives me on my grinds my gears, so to say. Um, and then Safari is okay, but I still would rather have Chrome on a Mac. You typically could get these from an app store. Um, there might be a small population of people using Bing. Um, real quick, Bing. I don't use Bing. Anybody else use Bing? We all just Googling right now, right?
Yeah, I only use Google. I always change it if it goes to like Yahoo, like you said, Bing or see something.
I haven't seen people use Bing in a long time. And that's I haven't got into Copilot yet. I'll jump on Copilot in just a second. I haven't seen older people use Bing as well. That's why I said it might be a selective few. But I remember when it was taken off, and that's what I'm saying. Where software could be hot as fire one day, 1 year, and then you forget about them. So um, or have people just use Bing just to go to Google and do their searches. But Copilot, I haven't got into Copilot yet, which I should because I'm on a team at work about implementing Copilot for our workspaces. So um, I'm looking at it where they're looking in implementing the DLP solution in our business and using Copilot for that, looking for sensitive information. So if you're trying to send out some security numbers, social security numbers, or some bank account numbers, it'll flag it and then uh, slap you on the hand and say, no, you're not supposed to send this information out. Put a sensitivity, sense, a sensitive tag on it, and be able to, label it as something secretive or what have you. Um, I don't think that's going to work, but whatever. And the reason why I don't think it's going to work is because sometimes when you have so much information, that's like me saying, hey, I'm going to put a DLP system into the school that you guys are at, and I'm going to block everything or have a whereabout of everything that's sensitive when it comes to social security numbers. That could be anywhere and everywhere. And so to get a handle on it and say that I'm going to block it, I can only see I only can block what I can see. Other than that, it could be anywhere on anywhere, just anywhere. And so it's just kind of a losing battle in my opinion. But anyway, um, untrusted sources, adware, and bundle software. This used to be a big thing back in the day. Um, you're typically seeing this coming from um, social media platforms now, since they have a contact with all different demographics in some type of way, right? And instead of installing some things, you may see the cookies being used against you. If you don't know what cookies is a way is a piece of software that tracks your whereabouts, your browsing history, your browsing tactics. What do you like to search for? How much time are you spending in these type of settings? And what it does is that it reports back to a particular server that's part of a vendor's stake, right? And then now, based off of those cookies and based off of the information that the cookies give, they tailor their next advertisement to you. Um, and so this is where you'll see this adware used to be back in the day. It used to just be pop-ups, right? And you couldn't even, it would install on your machine and then constantly pop up, right? That's where the UAC would have came in great for that, because in order to install, it would need to automatically run that autoplay and then start giving you the ads on the PC. But you still have something, now that I think about it. Notification actions. You have something here that can still override that and notify you of promotions. And it's up in here where you would have to turn that off, but something like, okay, so this is the name of the PC of Asus, and so whenever they are promoting some type of promotion, they could send me an update, and then now that can notify me here in the corner. It'll be just pop up, and it's very similar to adware, where it's like, wait, I didn't know, I never seen that, right? And it just pops up advertising some type of product. Not necessarily saying that it's bad, but it is a way to, adware is a way to just be annoying, and it is something that's, actually downloaded unwanted software on your PC, which is also known as pubs. Browser extensions. So these extensions uh, are typically the application programming interface, how we're actually talking to a server. What is our operations? What are we going to do? When I think of extensions, I'm thinking going to our browser. I mean our web again, looking at our program files. Let's go with. I should have. Give me some. So how you see display driver.nvi, this is NVI is a type of file, and that's going to be an extension. So when I think of extensions, I'm always thinking off of the actual file name, a dot, and then the extension will be the or the way the file will act or need to be opened up to process will be that extension. It will typically come after the period, right? Um, DLL is a driver library, so this is always going to be as such. It's not going to this driver. I mean, this extension is not going unless you change it now. And that's the thing about that I love about Windows. Well, I guess you can do it on Mac too, but you can go to the properties, and we can go to. Can I rename it? Where can I rename it at? Do I got the permissions? I can rename it, and I can come over here, and I don't want to do that, but I can delete this, right? Delete that DLL and then put in PDF, right? And now it changes that application extension to a PDF file instead of it being particular particular DLL file. Uh, so let's do this. So I'll rename it. Hold on, let me do the view. So I can also go here and I can say, okay, since I don't see the view, the file name for it, the extension on it, I can always come here to view, go to show, and then do the file extensions. And then now when I go to rename, I should be able to see that this is a PNG. So this is a PNG is typically going to be a photo. Well, I can change that from a PNG to a PDF. And now if you want to change the file, if you want to change the file extension, the file might become unusable, which is true. But since I know that this is typically a photo, let's change it into a PDF and let's just see if we can use it. Change it, changes the icon, and then now let's double click on it. Now we can't use this file anymore because we broke it. We broke the extension on it. It's not the file is not meant to be a PDF, but we can change the extensions right there, like just like that. Now, if I wanted to get it back, go back down here, change that to PNG. Yes, my file is back. All right. Plugins on a browser is the being able to have. When I think of plugins, I'm thinking about uh, different toolbars and actions that we use in the browser to help us along with functionality, having more dynamic attributes to the browser. Do we? I can't say that we use them now. I don't use them, but they're there. So it could be, hey, I want a tool for a calendar, or any one of these tools that you will get from the Play Store, and you can have them attached to your web browser, and then um, whenever you're going to a certain site, it may play a part in that site being more functional with that site, making you more productive. At the end of the day, that's all it is. Um, trying to show there's a calendar. Well, now they got Chat GPT calendar. Jesus Christ. But anyway, these are plugins that you can use to help you out with your productivity during the day. Hey, real quick, never mind, I ain't gonna ask that. Now, this is something that I learned today. Not gonna lie. I knew that this was called an ellipses, the three dots, right? You see these three dots over here. This is called an ellipses. You'll see that in Chrome a lot. Right here, ellipses. I did not know that this was called a hamburger. I learned something today. I was like, yeah, I'm bringing that up today. That is called a hamburger. I was calling it the three lines. Well, I'll use the proper term from now on, but this is typically where your settings is going to be. Browsing history, you can go in there. You can go into, you can go and delete from a particular time point, or you can delete the whole, the entire time of what the browser has kept. Sometimes your browsing history and the cookies that it saves, it bogs down the performance of the browser. Sometimes it does that. So you can delete those things, but when you delete them, remember that you will have to go back to your favorite you might have to go back to your favorite sites and then put your username and password back in, right? Because sometimes it does, those cookies helps with that. Those cookies will keep that information so that you're able to go into those sites and be able to not have to log in every time you want to check your email. But when you delete those that history, those cookies, that cache, it will it will take everything from it. It will treat it like it's brand new, and you're gonna have to, you'll even see DNS kick in a little bit more as you try to go back to a website, and it needs to check to see exactly what IP address matches up with whatever web browser, web name that you put in. But yeah, the hamburger and the ellipses typically go to your settings. Password managers, real quick. Password managers. You can use them. All right. But if you're going to use them, make sure that you have, especially on your phones, if you're going to use them on your phones, make sure you have some type of biometrics to it. Or if it offers some type of two-factor on your phone, do a two-factor, or just make sure your password is solid. Okay. Um, but these password managers is just another thing it's for convenience, but it's another thing that you have to keep security on, because again, going back to, you got up from your desk and you went to the restroom. Let's just say if I don't want, well, it's still encrypted, but I could just, if I take the computer because you didn't have it locked down to the table, and then now I'm just in your computer, then you can use your password manager that's already populated with the passwords to go to your sites, the sensitive sites, and use the passwords for those sites. All right, secure connections with websites, validated certificates. This is typically going to be run on HTTPS. Bonus points. What port is HTTPS ran on? Moving on. We already talked about cookies, but like I said, cookies can track your browsing history. It can track Um, it can track the what you like, what you typically want to what you typically like to look at, what you like to go to, and so they will take those cookies information and then tailor how they want to send information to you. And when I say send information to you, you'll see advertisements. So you see this little block right here. What do they want to advertise to me? Like now is H&R Block, tax time, right? I'm always looking at a car, EV. All these is, based off of the cookies that I have on this machine. And it may vary from PC to PC since it's a different profile. Well, these are typically going to be the same profiles because I'm logged in already. But um, this is what my profile says about me is that hey, this is typically going to be what they show um, a man of my age and what's important to that demographic based off the cookies that we got, which is and this is a perfect example of that. So what is this? We just looked at earlier today we just looked at the security piece for the office, right? For the lock on the laptop, and then look what the cookies did. The cookies went right there and said, you know what, you went to Amazon to look at that, I'm gonna show you something else that's security wise for the office. This is example exactly what I'm talking about. I don't need this, but it was the cookies that really kind of disseminated that hey, maybe they are looking for some type of protection at work. Let's show them some certain things that's all in that category. This is how cookies work, just like that. Awesome. All right. Workstation security issues. Viruses and Trojans. Um, Viruses are, we already kind of touched on it when it came to the definitions of them, but they are malicious code um, written to have some type of arbitrary action to them. Um, they are typically not like worms that can jump from PC to PC, but they are, built to work in their own way and not really follow the rules of the computer. Trojans, on the other hand, are concealed or software that seems to be legitimate, but then once you open it up, it's not what you expecting, and you typically something may run in the background. It's typically going to have some type of malicious intent after you install that piece of software on your machine. Backdoors, when we're doing application building, or we're constructing some type of um, outside entry into our network. Sometimes our builders can, or our designers, they can have these back doors built into the applications so they can easily go into the application without our notice, and not doing anything on the front end, they're doing everything from the back end. And so if that's the case, when they're done with the application, you need to understand what back doors that they put in or maintenance doors that they put in, and did they change the password to them, or did they take away that code all the way so they're not just another entry into our network that we're not tracking? Okay, so those back doors play a vital role because you may not even be aware that they're there, especially if you're working with a third party to help you create some type of software. Spyware and keyloggers. Um, Keyloggers are going to log down every keystroke that you have. You plug it into the back of the computer. Kind of looks like a USB stick, and it logs down everything that that person is logging down or typing in. Hack 5. Not that expensive either. So stuff that you could buy, not necessarily crazy. Um, easy to just kind of put these things in place and kind of leave. On a laptop, it'll probably be noticed, but let's just say if I can get this to a desktop on the network and put this in the back of the desktop, that people are not really going in the back of desktops all the time, so it'll be back there kind of concealed. So that's a keylogger. Spyware is some piece of software that sits on your computer and it doesn't really intrudes to any of your actions. It just kind of looks at the things that you're doing, kind of like cookies, but this is for malicious intent. So it's going to just look at secret information or sensitive information, all your drives, your folders that's on your PC, and just take a note of those things, maybe transfer that information out. Ransomware. So we've been talking about ransomware from the beginning. Ransomware is something that you probably will come in kind of encounter with when it comes to a client. Um, God forbid that you guys ever get hit with a ransomware, but if you do, just I hope that you have your backups in order and you're able to reload the computer from the backups. Okay, that's how you beat backup. I mean ransomware. And this is what ransomware typically looks like. It gives you a full screen of this screen right here, right? And you're not able to do anything but to click the check payment button here. You can hit the decrypt, but more than likely it's just going to tell you to hey make the payment. This person wants Bitcoin as a payment, and they want $300 worth of Bitcoin. And I don't know about you, but I think that's a good bit of money um, for Bitcoin to be paid to that person. So, and they give you a timer. So, um, what they say here is that your files will be lost because what ransomware does is it puts an encryption on your files, on that C drive that we've been talking about. It puts their own encryption on it. What does that mean? They put a password on your hard drive. And now they're saying, hey, if you want to get your files back, give me $300 in Bitcoin and I'll give you the password, or I'll put in the password to unencrypt or release your files to you. Now, they may do that, right? But the thing is that even if you get your files back after you paid, you need to wipe the machine, throw the machine away. Either way, you don't know what's been installed, and so you don't know what to uninstall to make sure that that person can never encrypt your files again. So you don't want that. So I would always say, in order to beat ransomware altogether, just make sure that you have your backups in order. That if someone comes to you and say, "Hey, I got this ransomware on my computer," you don't have to stress about it. You just say, "Hey, um, work in the cloud for the day, and we'll get you another computer built up, and you'll be good to go. We'll restore it from the backups, and you'll be good to go by the end of this week." Now, when troubleshooting the desktop systems, there's several things that you could do. Um, but for the sake of core two, you want to make sure that you look at the performance symptoms. Is it running slow? Is it real choppy when you're clicking on applications or different types of settings? Do you see any type of errors? So these errors are telltale signs of what's going on. They typically come with some type of paragraph to read, but if you read that paragraph, it's going to tell you the problem. And 9 times out of 10, this is how you solve all your issues is by reading the error and just say, okay, I need to fix this. If you come across a part where the application keeps crashing, you double click on it, it keeps coming up, but then Xing out or just kind of pinwheeling, or I'm sorry, just spinning the tires, so to say, and just kind of thinking about opening it up, then you might want to go ahead and uninstall and reinstall the application. Uninstall and reinstall application, it works wonders for me. Um, that's typically all you need to do. When it comes to your browser, in today's world, um, redirection is probably going to be your biggest problem. Seeing a certificate of warning, you will see these things too, and they typically look just like this screenshot too, um, where the certificate has expired. So they're asking you, what do you want to do? Do you want to go forward, which you could hit advance, or do you want to go back from which you came, which is the last site that was good. But typically, what that means is that the person who owns that website hasn't renewed the certificate on their server on their website, and so the certificate is probably out of date. That's all. Um, can it be more strenuous or uh, can it be more dangerous than that? Yeah, it can. But 9 times out of 10, it's just have they paid the CA to get a to renew the license on the certificate. Going back to redirection, redirection is also big in today's world because of typo squatting. Typo squatting is whenever you go to your favorite website and you just kind of miss the one or two words when typing it out, and it goes to a malicious website versus a clean website. And so that redirection could be a issue. And you're typically going to, find out from your client what did they do in order to be redirected to a malicious site or a site that they're not counting or they didn't count on going to that site. It's just automatically shifted them there. Now you got 7 steps that you have when it comes to malware removal. Um, if you ever come encounter with a malware removal or someone says, hey, I got a virus on my PC, what do? The first thing that I would tell you to do is unplug or disconnect the PC from the network in some type of way. If you can quarantine or have a quarantine option on your antivirus, then quarantine the whole PC, meaning that it can stay online, but as far as getting out to anyone and communicating on the network, you have stopped that communications. Okay, so the first thing you will do is investigate the malware, the symptoms. What is not working correctly, and you'll see that obvious uh, when doing your investigation. Quarantine any type of affected files. This is typically shown by your antivirus. Um, you can then decide if you're going to roll back the Windows operating system or you're just going to, keep them moving to go on with their day-to-day tasks. Sometimes, like I said, if you're finding something that we already know about in a virus, maybe we could just, go ahead and quarantine that, delete the file, and keep it moving. Um, but if it's something that we haven't seen those symptoms, this is it looks like it's more than meet the eye. Is kind of something that we haven't dealt with, maybe we will consider restoring, rolling back, re-imaging the PC in order to bring it back to a known working point. Typically, after this, we run scans and updates to make sure that there's no residue of a virus there, and that we run the updates to make sure that if there's any patches that needed to be applied, that we can go ahead and apply those things after we have uh, cleaned the PC. Then finally, we want to make sure that we educate the user. This is typically going to be um, their responsibility as far as if they're bringing another malware piece of software into the network again, because if it's on their PC, there's nothing that you can do about it other than try to tell them, hey, look for these factors when you're browsing websites. Make sure you don't click on any links that you're not aware about. If you receive an email and you don't know the person who's sending it to you, do not click any links. Things of that nature. Now, when you're researching different types of malware, you can always go to see exactly in the definitions that they put here. They have a detail notation about what each virus is doing, the characteristics of it, and you know this is typically when you see PUA Win32. This is probably going to be what it shows up on your PC, and it's going to probably be flagged and then put in a quarantine folder. And so from this point or this screenshot over here, we want to make sure that we run a scan on the quarantine folder and remove that file once it sees that, hey, this is something that we quarantine. Well, how do you want me to proceed forward? Go ahead and delete the file. All right. So we basically covered these points too. I already talked about updating your definitions, but it's definitely worth saying again. The definitions typically update on a day-to-day basis. So there's a good chance that if you run your updates if you haven't run your updates in, let's say, a week, you're probably going to at least find some type of definition that could be put in there in order to run for today. And you can always have it to where it gets those updates automatically, so you don't have to necessarily worry about making sure that your Windows or your I'm sorry, your antivirus is not up to date. Now, recovering your OS or reinstallation or reimage is going to be totally up to you if you trust to take it back to a brand new machine and reimage that machine. Um, in today's world, I would say that you should have enough inventory to just give them another computer and then re-image the old one and keep it as stock. For typically, what we used to do is that whenever we had someone get a virus, we would give them a new PC that's freshly imaged, and we just put their profile on it. But then we would take that old one, re-image it back to a known working point, and then keep it as a spare for whoever comes into work and forgets their laptop. And then we'll just give them that one so they can work on it for the day. But then it's nothing that they want to take home or anything like that. All right, last here we got you want to configure scheduled scans. You typically want to run your scans late at night so it can run a full scan. Remember, those full scans can take up to maybe 3.5 hours. And then educating the end user. When it comes to cybersecurity or malware education, it's just all about the end user, honestly. Us as security professionals, we can always look at something and say, hey, that don't seem right. Even by y'all taking these classes, you're now more keen to look at different um, tactics on the internet and be able to disseminate if you want to engage it or not. Your end users is not going to be, they're not going to do that. And so we use threat awareness training in order to heighten that knowledge for them. And so we keep it basic when it comes to that type of training. Hey, when it comes to email protection, we're doing this. When you're talking about browsing the internet, you're doing this. Those are probably the two main topics that we're talking about threat awareness, because you want to be able to have people check their emails safely, because that's one gateway for someone malicious to have an interaction with you is through email or any other social engineering tactic. And then we want to make sure that when they are going to different websites, whether it's for work or for personal, that they understand what to click and what not to click, what characteristics to look for, and then know what to, stay away from. So awareness is always going to play a part when it comes to security. And if you can train your clients to be more proficient, you in turn make your network more secure. All right. Any questions? Even though we are out today, I wanted to make sure that I jump on and give this lesson because I don't want to double up on those lessons coming up. Um, so we can get finished on a proper time schedule in order to study for the core one and core two. So I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose today, even though we are observing MLK Day. So let's go ahead and let's jump into this lesson. Lesson seven, configuring a small office, home office network security. So in this lesson, we're going to be talking about smaller networks and then the security that goes along with them. We already talked about this a good bit in the Security Plus, but in the A Plus, they also kind of gave like an introduction to it. So in a way, you already have the information that you need for this particular section. So which is also a great point that we doing kind of like a review type of session today. But let's go ahead and let's jump into it. 7A, we're going to talk about attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities. This is where we started off in the Security Plus, where we were talking about informational security, the CIA triad, how everything is built off of the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and then availability. That's the sole basis of cybersecurity. If there's anything to be said about cybersecurity, it will be these three. It will revolve around these three attributes. Either we're going to use encryption for confidentiality, or we're going to lock down an account for confidentiality. We're going to make sure nobody can't change those accounts without our knowledge, which will be the integrity part of it. And then we're going to make sure that data is available whenever we need for it to be available. So making sure that we have all three of these things in place is going to be vital to our informational security. Now, cybersecurity and informational security, sometimes they go hand in hand or interchangeably when it comes to the words, but really cybersecurity is probably your processes that you put in place, um, and those are things that we entitle those network routers and firewalls and IDSs and um, all those different appliances that we put in conjunction with the processes of informational security, where we're applying security tactics to information that we have in the business. Those things are, then covered as cybersecurity once we put the appliances on top of them, right? Now, when it comes to security assessments, everything that we do needs to have some type of assessment to it before we actually tackle it. We won't know what to protect unless we do some type of um, assessment of it. And the reason why I say we don't know what to protect or how to protect it is because we don't know if it's important to us or if it's not. If it doesn't have some value, some monetary value to it, or does it's intangible, and what's important to it is the importance of the reputation of to the to the company. So those security assessments allow us to see those type of things. It's more of a list that we check and make sure that, okay, you know what, our recipe is important to our cookie business, so therefore it holds a lot of value to it, even though it doesn't have a dollar amount attached to it, but it does have an enormous amount of value to the company. So if that's the case, then maybe we want to spend a little bit more on the security appliances that we apply to it. Maybe the processes need to be a little bit more stern. Maybe we have two-factor authentication when it comes to everything that's revolving where this recipe is sitting at on our servers, who can access it, when can they access those things, and can anybody just change the recipe? Can anybody just take out and say, instead of a fourth of salt, we're going to put three-fourths of a salt, and really just kind of throw our whole business plan off. So those security assessments is always needed in order to give us some type of clear mindset of, how are we going to approach our security posture? Now, this formula that you see here is always true. This is something that you want to keep in mind for not only the test, but just when you're going into the security field. You want to know that a vulnerability plus a threat equals a risk. Now, here's the thing about that is that if you remove one, then you pretty much lower the risk, but you will not eliminate the risk. Now, the vulnerabilities, we can patch for vulnerabilities. We can maybe we can avoid certain vulnerabilities and things of that nature. But sometimes a vulnerability is just going to be present. Now, just because the vulnerability is present doesn't necessarily mean that the threat is always present as well. The threat has to come into the playing field and then pose a threat to the vulnerability. And then when it poses that threat, the threshold of the risk then rises up. And then we get into the whole, hey, what's the impact? What is the likelihood of it happening? Those things play a part on how far do we actually want to have a risk factor on this. So again, that impact and that likelihood goes back to our security assessments. When it comes to the impact, you know, do we care if someone gives a spam mail? Maybe not. Uh, is how important are the people that they're sending the emails to? It may be important if they're sending it to a CEO versus someone that just started yesterday that's trying to work their way up. So all those things play a part when it comes to informational security, and it all works together. And believe it or not, when it comes to the real world, these are different categories where they have different roles. You're just not a security analyst and you cover all of these subjects here. You may have one particular uh, thing that you actually do in your role as a position, a cybersecurity analyst that plays a part to the cybersecurity posture for that particular business. All right, moving on to vulnerabilities. Remember, vulnerabilities could be a multitude of things. It's just not hey, we have an error in the code, or hey, someone gave a weak password. Those are all vulnerabilities, right? You need the threat of a hacker to actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities, but those vulnerabilities are there. And a lot of times when it comes to patches, vulnerabilities will ebb and flow, right? They will go up one month, and then when we patch them, they will go down. And but the next month we're going to have a rise in vulnerabilities again because of the millions lines of code that is constantly a building point of things that we need to fix, we need to be aware of. So vulnerabilities are not just software based; they can be tangible based, where things that we maybe someone left the door unlocked, maybe someone is letting someone. We'll talk about it in the next slide. Piggyback into the building. Maybe we're not cleaning up our desks and we're leaving things on our desk, and now someone can peek over our shoulder to see some sensitive information. Those things are vulnerabilities. Now, what I got highlighted here on this slide is that things systems. Since we've been talking about operating systems in the core two section, if you're still using software that is of an end of life, meaning manufacturer is not sending out patches, security patches to actually update that system, then you're leaving yourself there if you don't have a threat that's imminent to actually take advantage of that, right? But now the risk factor of it does rises up because you're working with some um, no future of it being patched, and so you're just kind of leaving yourself open, waiting for something to happen. Now you also have that same factor when it comes to bring your own device vulnerabilities. A lot of network admins, they don't like bring your own device attributes, to where we're bringing in our own cell phones, our own tablets into the system, into the network, and we're you know performing business tasks tasks on our personal device. Because if you have your personal device that you go to your own sites to and your own personal time, and then your device becomes compromised, then in a turn, it compromises the business as well because it may have a gateway to the email that you're opening up, the maybe the attachment that you open up has a backlink to it to the inside internals of the company. And so we need to be aware of those things, and if we have the budget to actually bring in a different device, let's do that. Oops, sorry. All right, let's go into social engineering. Social engineering is that age old thing of, hey, I'm just going to, get some scamming going on, or I'm just going to tell you whatever you want to hear in order for me to get whatever I want to get. Now, this takes many different forms and is always constantly evolving. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were bringing up the old school um, like spam in regular mail. Like back in the day when I was growing up, you used to get like a stack of mail um, in like the state newspaper, and it would just kind of be a lot of sales papers and advertisement. But in there, it may be some type of advertisement saying that you're going to get a free boat if you send in this a reply to it. And those are not necessarily scamming, right? They may have some implications in there that makes it legal, but for someone to say that, hey, just for you responding, you're going to get a brand new selling boat. Um, there's some type of social engineering going on there where I'm promising you something. I'm telling you to react to something before times it runs out. Make sure you act now. I'm giving you some type of call to action that now once you believe that you're getting something for nothing, or if it's too good to be true, or if it's too good to miss out on, um, someone could take advantage of you. So this is, social engineering at its finest. And today it doesn't change that much when it comes to spam emails or just emails that show up in your inbox. They may be geared directly to you, and if they hit just the right way, they may get you to click on something and give them personal information that they need or transact some money between you and them. Short story here is that I not too long ago I was getting on the website Etsy, and I wanted to do the print on demand shirts, and so I was setting up my account, and as soon as I set up my account on Etsy and did my transactions to make sure that I had my bank linked up and everything, I started getting these spam uh, messages. And it was just, I thought it was funny. But then, you know, I was ignoring them for the most part. But one day they caught me late at night around 10 of 11. I'm an older guy, so I'm going to bed. I'm getting sleepy at that time. And I was checking the app, and I seen this message, and it had the right wording to kind of get me awake, but it didn't. And I was like, this is from Etsy. I need to contact them and let them know that I need this service or whatnot. And when I did that, they asked for $147, and I sent them that. And right when I sent that to them, and I didn't get any type of confirmation, or they just kind of stopped all communication. I was like, wait a minute, did I just got scammed. How can I be the cybersecurity guy and get scammed? But it happened. Um, they caught me at the right time. And I'm not saying that just because I study cybersecurity all day and I talk about it all day that I'm not out here just knowing everything. If they catch you at the right time, you're caught. Okay. But it it bolsters your ability to recognize those things by training and recognizing certain things. So once, long story short, once I realized that I was already transferred the money to them, and I knew that it was a scam. I called up my bank and said, "Hey, let's put a stop to this transaction here. I didn't authorize it." And luckily, I didn't, have that money go through. But it was just the fact that I fell for it. So Fishing. Well, let me go back and let me get these two right here. Dumpster diving. So you have people that will go into the dumpster outside of a business and look for sensitive information. A lot of times we do throw things away, and we're not shredding that information. We're just kind of just crumpling it up, and we don't have a service to actually come and pick that stuff up to properly dispose of it. Now, you do have companies like Iron Mountain that picks up trash and professionally shreds that trash so it can, get rid of any type of sensitive information. You can't even just, get the regular shredder that just cuts it in like eight long pieces vertically because, it's if someone really wants the information out there, let's just say if it's banking information on it, where it's account numbers and routing numbers, um, and there's a big bag of shredded stuff, I could just go and dumpster dive, pick up the bag of shredded paper, take it home, and if I'm really strapped for money, maybe I could just put all that stuff together and figure out where all those pieces go, and then now I have access to say, hey, go ahead and transfer this money to from this account to this account. Okay, so you want to make sure that if you're gonna have disposal of physical paper or any type of physical information that needs to go out into the trash, maybe we want to have a burn pit if we're like in that certain area, or we have some type of destruction where we're doing some type of shredding, and we want a shredder that not just shreds vertically but crossed as well. So we kind of want to make it into smaller cubes. Excuse me. Shoulder surfing. Now, shoulder surfing is like I said before with the clean desk uh, example. Someone's walking by you and they are able to see your screen, and that's just pretty much you're not paying attention to them because you're focused towards your monitor and you're actually just doing work. But if someone's, back when I was working in the office, they had owls that it would open up to your cubicle, but you wasn't really shut off from everybody. People could still look into your monitor. And if you were going to have a space like that, then you probably wanted to have some type of uh, mesh or screen protector on your monitor that will blur the vision, that if you're not sitting directly into it, it actually somebody can't really see exactly what you're working on unless they maneuver into your spot, and then now you can easily minimize something. um, this also goes right into tailgating and piggybacking. Self-explanatory. If you really want to get access to a building, just wait till someone opens a door and walk right behind them. Do not give it any space because humans' natural ability is to be nice and to hold the door open. Um, you guys and me as well, we're from the South, so Southern hospitality is a thing. And so just closing the door on a person is just not what you want to do. But in certain cases, when you don't, if you're working for a particular company, especially if I would say is government driven, you're giving government information away, take tailgating and piggybacking seriously. If you don't know that person, they don't have a badge, or you just ain't seen this person, direct them to that doggone check-in station, man. Don't put your job in jeopardy for that. And so just keep those things in mind when it comes to piggybacking and tailgating. That those are different physical forms of social engineering. Of, hey, I'm gonna just walk behind you. And what you gonna do? Be rude and close the door in my face? Probably not. I even seen that happen in the military a lot. It's just a normal courtesy thing to hold the door for people. Now we're all familiar with phishing. Um, those phishing emails come in many different forms, many different ways of putting those emails out and then making them cater to a particular person. Now, when you cater directly to someone, you're getting what they call spear phishing here. And that's, spear phishing is directly for one fish, right? Whereas just a regular fish, once we put a hook into the water, we don't really care who bites. We just want a bite, right? Where spear phishing, I'm looking directly for Lee. Um, Lee has the position that I want. He has the assets that I need. I'm trying to I'm trying to social engineer him, right? Now, whaling, on the other hand, is we're going for the big fish, right? Don't care about the small fish. Don't care about the spearfishing. It's kind of a form of spearfishing, but this is I'm going for the big fish. I'm going for CEOs, CFOs, um, anybody chief in their name, executive in their name. I'm trying to manipulate them, and maybe I do a little bit of research on that. And really, when you really think about it, look at the people who are in um, directors positions or over a particular company. Look how much information you get on that person just by looking them up or googling them or looking at the company and then looking at the person for the executive board. They give a ton of information out about that person, and so it's easy kind of to tailor an email that might just get their attention. And it's not like if you're going for the president of a particular college, HBCU, maybe you're not wanting to just talk about, hey, the Southern Classic. Maybe you want to talk about an actual event that's happening on the campus that students know about, and you bring that directly up to that president. So now it doesn't seem like it's such a hey, everybody knows about this because Deion Sanders coach here at one point in time. Now he's gone. Da da da. It's more particular to this is what is going on. This happened last week. Let me address this in this email. And maybe that can get that person, that higher up person, to actually click on that email and then try to social engineer them, click on another link to send them somewhere, get those credentials. Vishing, on the other hand, is all voice related. So this is over the phone. This is picking up those spam calls and listening to them trying to sell you insurance or give you some type of loan, or some of them are, those are mostly spam when they're trying to, it's a legit business. They're just, they bought a list off of someone, an email list, and they're just going through the list of people trying to see if they can sell their services to you. Cold calling, right? Now, you do have some places that will call you just to try to get a credit card number off you or some type of money in some type of way, right? You do have those. And so you want to be aware of those, and that's called phishing. Now, Evil Twin, on the other hand, has nothing to do with this topic up here. Evil Twin is going to be on the networking side when it comes to how many different access points we have. When we're looking at access points, and when you're looking at what you could connect to as far as the internet is concerned, and I've said this to you guys before. If I had another Mitchell router entry pop up here in the lower right hand corner, then that's going to be an example of evil twin. I don't know which access point I need to connect to, and so if I connect to the wrong one, then maybe I might put in some type of credentials that could be read by someone that I don't know who, and that's a form of compromise to the network whenever you have a evil twin on the network. We typically want to get away from an evil twin by having network access controls put in place to make sure that you just can't put something on the network and then get people to hook up to it. All right. Now, the different types of threats can be internal or versus external. Now that could be a insider threat, which is, hey, Billy is disgruntled. He didn't get the promotion. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna drop a ransomware bomb or a logic bomb in there before he leaves, and he's gonna quit on Friday. But he's gonna set this up the whole week prior, and then when he quit, that's when the logic bomb goes off, locks down a lot of the network, and they have to do something in order to combat that. That's internal. It is not just that example. It could be a ton of things. It could be a mistake when it comes to internal threats. Hey, I just didn't make a tough password. Now my password is compromised. My bad. Hey, I didn't know who Josh was. He just walked in beside me, so I didn't want to be rude. I let him in. Internal threat. External would be the person walking into the building on the piggyback, right? But external could also be that hacker that's uh, several hundred miles away, that's sending packets over with a ping threat. Um, those are outside actors trying to get into the network in some type of way, whether it's through appliances or the better way of doing that is through someone who already has access, like a user. All right. Now, spoofing spoofing is a way that we can pretend to be something that we're not. In this case, what you're in A plus, what they're typically going to say is that if you're spoofing something, you're spoofing some type of router or switch, right? And or a computer. And you typically want to do is you want to take the pull up my CMD here. You want to take the MAC address, or you could take some type of any type of ID of that particular device, and we just want to make a copy of it. So the MAC address, let me pull up space all. So the MAC address of, let's say, this particular PC, we could take this PC and say, hey, I'm going to have another PC have this exact same physical address. Now you may say, well, what's wrong with that? Is that, remember, a physical address is almost like a fingerprint. There shouldn't be another one like it. And so to have two of the same, now we have to disseminate which one is which and which one do we kick off the network. I'll say shut both of them down and see who complains. Whenever you shut something down and see who complains after that, that's the real one. All right. But when you're spoofing something, I can take this address, this physical address that's just supposed to be for this computer, and now if I'm on the network sees me as a trusted device. You get what I'm saying? And now it's able to share things with me, um, and I can try to get into places where I don't need to be, given my access. DDoS attacks. DDoS attacks and DOS attacks. Let's start with DOS. DOS is a denial of service attack. This is where you're trying to give out some type of service. Maybe you're running a website. That's your service. The denial is someone being able to shut that web server down and you're not able to deliver whatever it is that you deliver. That's a denial of service attack. Um, Now, this could be also internal, external. It could be typically what we think about is someone external having a DOS attack on somebody internal. Well, sometimes it could be internal where I tripped over a wire and I turned off the server. That's a self-inflicted wound, but it's a form of denial of service attack. Distributed denial of service attack, it goes back to that kind of spear phishing. I'm directing that denial of service attack directly to someone, to directly to a particular server. I'm not worried about doing a spread attack and trying to see who I can hit. I'm directly going after Microsoft's web services for Forza Horizon, and I want to shut down those servers. Though that's a distributed denial of attack, that DDoS. So whenever you see DDoS, this I want you to think is more focused on one particular server, um, or a particular servers that's doing a particular service, whether rather than a denial of service where it's kind of widespread. Hey, I hit who I hit, and if I can get anybody to shut down, then I'm fine. I'm fine with that. All right. Now, password attacks. Password attacks come in different ways, right? We want to typically uh, we want to protect against password attacks by having heavy passwords, complex passwords, things, and that's where I always preach is the 8 to 12 characters long is going to be upper and lower case, and then special characters. So if we can do that, then we significantly rise our reasons to be compromised up to where not rises it, but it lowers the compromises levels, to be compromised and actually have to disable an account and rechange that password. So passwords in plain text is normally when you see passwords in plain text, we're talking about HTTP, um, things that we can be on the network using a Wireshark, and then once we see someone comes over the line with their password, if they're not using an encrypted uh, uh, channel of communicating, then we could probably look into that packet and see the password that they're trying to authenticate with. And that's not looking to see something like guest mark here, as you see it right here with this number 8. You're gonna something similar to this. You'll see that plain text actually spell out the password, the actual characters that they typed in. All right. Now you have the password hashing cracking, which is going to be your two popular ones are going to be dictionary attacks and then brute force attacks. First, brute force attacks is exactly what it is. It's a way of just, it has no strategy about it. I'm going to try every combination of letter, characters, numbers I can, and eventually I'm gonna come across it. Eventually, right? But that's where the excuse me. That's where the length of the password comes into play. If you have a password that's just 4 characters long and you don't have a mixture of uh, special characters or numbers in there, it's not lowercase and uppercase, then you really think about a brute force attack is maybe going to take decades to actually for a computer to run through every possible combination of a password. Every possible might take seconds. So, but when you add the 8 characters and when you add the from 8 to 12, or you really want to be stingy, let's go to 16 characters. And then now you're putting in all these specifications. You're talking about going from seconds of cracking a password to millions of years trying to find out what the password is. So just that's a reason why we always stress the fact of it being a a major to the password length and then the complexity of the password. The dictionary passwords mean I'm going to take my password crack in a Webster dictionary and I'm going to say, hey, of with the words in the Webster dictionary, come up with the different possible ways of creating a password. And that's where again the complaint can come as far as how do we combat that, because in where we're at, where we speak English, um, there's only so many words in Webster dictionary. And 9 times out of 10, people are not going to be using crazy words out of there. They're going to be using regular. They're really having a dictionary as a base, but then run through the different types of options that it has. You can probably run through that pretty quick too. So what you want to do in order to combat that is that some places say that, hey, you can't have 3 letters in a row that actually form some type of phrase or word in some type of way. You want to make sure that that's separated um, in all calls. And so they may have some different types of combinations that you can use in order to create the password. All right, now let's go into cross-site scripting attacks. This is where writing some type of code or having some type of scripting background comes into play when it comes to cybersecurity. But this is again, I think this is more in the developers field, uh, web designers field when it comes to having things injected into a web server. So whenever when you're thinking about a website has thousands if not millions of lines of code written on it, and in order to have some type of cross-site scripting, you're talking about taking some type of malicious code and then implanting it into a well working uh, website in order for it to pull in some information, pull out some information, whatever the case may be, maybe redirect someone to a particular site, but it's using the code that's there in conjunction with what we want the user to do next once we throw that arbitrary code in there. Another form of this is SQL injection. So um, when I think of SQL injection, I want you guys to think of buffer overflows. This is where we can take commands that's used in SQL and use them against databases that's out there that's connected to the internet, that has database of everyone who has a bank account at Bank of America. Maybe we can go and in the username we can put a SQL out a Excel spreadsheet, everybody's name and account number to an Excel spreadsheet. If you don't have a buffer on your inputs, your input values, then you'll probably run into something like to where now people can just come in there and back because it doesn't really know what to do with it, or the commands that you put in there, it doesn't have any type of permission gap on it to where now it's just going to follow those directions and maybe spit some stuff out that's actually when we're talking about encryption. We had a whole class on that in Security Plus, but to rehash, we're talking about symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric is going to be using keys. So remember, when it comes to encryption, we're taking something readable, making it unreadable, and then readable again by using keys. uh, we can either use the same key to lock that particular plain text up and then give that key to someone else and have them unlock it and be able to read it, or we're going to use a systematic key that's paired with each other. We'll lock it with our public key, and someone will unlock it with their private key, right? So remember, asymmetric is going to use the same keys, and asymmetric is going to use a different pair of keys. And this is where we get into the whole public and private keys. The one thing that I would just, constantly reiterate when it comes to keys, you will always use someone else's public key. You will never use their private key, and they will never use your private key. Okay, they will only use your public key. Always use your own private key. You will never ever use someone else's private key. Okay, sorry. So digital signatures. When we're talking about when we're talking about digital signatures, we're talking about going and using those private and public keys in order to look at different certificates in order to verify with that particular site that um, they are who they say they are, and they're signed off by a CA, right? That CA, that certificate authority, is going to vouch to say that, hey, ESPN.com is who they say they are. And if you choose to share any type of information with this particular company, then you can hold them responsible if anything goes wrong, right? So those are the reasons for digital signatures and digital certificates. The key exchange, we already talked about the key exchange when it came to public and private keys. But to kind of reiterate, is that if I'm doing a key exchange, um, it's going to typically happen in that digital certificate. When I visit a particular site, it's going to show me, well, not me in particular, like not right at that point in time. It may do it in the background. Give me 1 second. Let me try to pull something up. So Duke Energy. So when we go to Duke Energy and we go to certificate is valid, and we go to details, it's going to give me a public key, which is their public key, right? So their public key, I can use that to encrypt something. And then when they get it back on their back end, they can use their private key to decrypt it in order to see what it is. Whereas if they wanted to send something to me on my website, they can use my public key to encrypt something, send it to me, and I can use my private key to decrypt it. Okay. All right. 7B, compare wireless security protocols. Um, this is where we get into the WPAs, Wi-Fi protected access. And the one thing is, the couple of things that I want you to understand is that WPA is not secure anymore, so it's retired from being used, as we say, is unsecure. So you shouldn't use, if you see any kind of questions about it being secure, just know that it's false, and it is not a form of security that we use when it comes to talking on the internet. We're going to either use WPA2 or WPA3. Now, when it comes to two is going to be more worldwide and standard out there. I have seen some places implement WPA3, but not many. And I would imagine the smaller companies are probably not ready to go to a WPA3 just yet. For enterprise business, we're talking about 8021X. This X is going to be a extensible authentication protocol. This is going to allow you to authenticate to a server that's on that particular network. Remember, when we're talking about domains, those domains, we can create accounts. We can create different accounts for users and computers, as well as printers and other things too. And in order to authenticate, to let that server know that we are supposed to be on the particular network, we have 802.1 that's going to be able to look at our account, look at that server, that directory, and be able to talk to each other to say, hey, is Joe supposed to be on this particular network? Yes, this person authenticated not too long ago. They're good to go. They can only see this particular set of rules. Now, some other ways that you can authenticate on an enterprise network is through remote authentication dial user service, which is also called Radius, and TACIS Plus. These things are going to also check into some type of server and make sure that you are supposed to be on the network. If you're not, then this is a good way to keep people who are just looking to get on the network, maybe a private network. Maybe you're not even broadcasting the SSID like that. It's good to keep those people off the network using applications like this. All right, 7C, the router security. So, or the home router security. So when we're talking about routers in the home, these are pretty much plug and play. That's a bad way to kind of put it, but that's what it technically is. Like your telephone company will set it up, but they're not really kind of walking you through exactly how to use it. If you're just setting it up for the first time, they probably just set it up and leave, and then they'll give you the password to it, and you connect it, and then you just go about doing your regular Wi-Fi business. But you gotta understand that they're giving you a router that can be logged into, and I would suggest you log into it at least to change the password and set your network up how you want it, if you feel comfortable doing so. So always, if you can, change the password. Oops, change the default password of that router. Um, so anybody who may have worked at the telephone company before doesn't have access to your machine later. Now, you heard me be a big component of firmware updates because I really do believe in something like firmwares is something that we overlook time and time again. We should always look for our firmware to be updated and then restart the appliance if need be. Um, but having your firmware up to date doesn't always gonna is not always gonna give you a notification that there's a new firmware up there. You have to kind of make it like a conscious decision to go out there and check to see if there's one out there for your particular device. Now, your home router, your home LAN is going to have some type of SSID, and you can see this in the enterprise too. But it's going to be more prevalent in a private network type of deal. This is where mine is Mitchell router, and I have some other ones that's on the 2.4 gigahertz and downstairs. These are what we use to identify whatever Wi-Fi network we want to get connected to. Some people have suggested disabling broadcasting those names out. Um, to each his own. I think um, in each in each settings, the broadcast could be um, to your own discretion. If you take that broadcast down, then if you have new users coming onto your network, then they're going to be constantly asking where is the Wi-Fi, and then what's the password for it. So keep those things in mind. There could be unnecessary tickets if you don't want those type of problems. Inbound filtering. So your router comes with a built-in firewall, right? So you have a firewall on your local PC, but then you have one that's on the modem or the router that's given by the telephone company. And it's going to monitor traffic, believe it or not, going in and out before it actually gets to your telephone company. And they're going to monitor it too. And so the inbound traffic will be anything coming to your computer, anything coming from the outside of the internet, within the cloud, or however you want to look at it logically, coming into your network. And then everything that you send out, whenever you type in your favorite website, and then you hit enter. When you hit enter, it's going outbound. It's going to find that particular application and bring it back to you as quick as possible. We've seen before how this has content filtering already in it. Um, and you could take advantage of those things, especially if you got people who you don't necessarily trust on your network. That could be small kids, or it could be some type of any grown adult, to where if you don't want those things associated with your network, you can always go in to your router and use the content filtering piece as a way of creating some type of boundary there. Now, you also have static IP and DHCP reservations, where that router is going to look at any type of new device joining the network and then give them the proper IP address, whether it be static or DHCP. Static is going to give the same IP address over and over again, where DHCP is going to assign different IPs from time to time. Now, on your router, it's definitely it is definitely a good standard to disable any unused ports. This is normally used in an enterprise environment, but if you can use them in a private environment, I would suggest so too. Just to get into the mindset of not having those ports just open and hot, ready to be checked into, and then once someone makes a connection to them, then now they have a IP address in order to snoop around. That defeats the purpose of a lot of security measures that we put in place. Universal plug and play, pretty much the self-explanatory. Sometimes we don't want to actually set up a particular device. Maybe once we plug in that particular device, we wanted to already pull down the applications for it, or the patches for it, the drivers for it, in order for it to work. This is where universal plug and play comes into play. No pun intended. All right, 7D, security measures. This is where we get into the physical standpoint of cybersecurity, or security plus. And we talked about this a little bit too. This is locking the doors, having different locks on a door, Maybe we want to have a biometric door. Maybe we want to have a smart key fob, not a smart key fob, but a combination lock where it's like five different buttons and we can hit a particular order in order to get access to that particular room. Um, the thing about it, and a badge reader is actually very good when it comes to separating who has what on your network. But the thing about locks and doors is that we need to get that information out on who gets that information, and then we want to make sure that we are doing proper things when it comes to the physical security of it by making sure we close the doors, we keep the place secure at all times, and we're doing our part because it's nothing worse than an open locker or some type of lock that's supposed to be secure, but it never gets to be secure because we never locked it. Okay, badge readers, making sure that we have people with their IDs. If they don't have an ID that day, make sure we give them a temporary badge so they can do their work. But at the same time, we don't have to send them home in order to get their ID cards and then come back to work. All right. But one more thing, if you're gonna give out temporary badge cards, make sure that you receive something in replace. So you don't want somebody social engineering their way in. Maybe they piggyback in, and then they give you um, they say, "Hey, I forgot my ID card," and maybe the security guard doesn't know them or what have you, and they give them a temporary card. Well, they didn't give you anything to get that, so make sure you get something from them that's valid that they will definitely come back to try to get, just in case once you check that person in, you can check in with the head of IT or whoever and be able to say, "Hey, did you have somebody come here to check out the network closet? If not, or it's all good. I got his license here. I got his keys here, or whatever the case of what you're gonna do for that trade-off." All right, we got finally we got alarm systems, video cameras, and then lighting. So alarms, all these things play a part in watching the perimeter of a particular building, and then being able to alert when there's something to be seen or said. Um, of course, the alarm system doesn't necessarily have to be big sirens or anything like that. It could be a silent notification that goes to someone's phone or email, and we just need to make sure that people are watching. Surveillance cameras, making sure that we always have someone being able to watch that particular camera and tell what's going on. And coupling with that, the lighting is also a big factor too. It doesn't help to have video surveillance when you can't see what's going on in the particular shot. And so you want to make sure that you have good lighting in dark spots. And that may take you going back to work during the dark hours and seeing, okay, I can't see in this spot. I want to make sure that our video cameras have red so we can see in the dark, or maybe we buy some type of floodlight to illuminate this piece of space right here, and then have our camera catch any. All I had for this, I was just kind of, I'm out of my element when it comes to Mac OS and Linux. I don't work with it as much, but I do know my way around to be a dangerous enough to break it. So I do know enough of what I'm going to talk about today, but I wanted to also couple it with a lab today. So I wanted to show you guys the commands that Linux is notorious for. And so those commands is done in when I pull up my CMD on the Windows side, they have a terminal window as well, or a bash window, or whatever they want to call it. It's the same thing, but they are more prominent to use the command prompt more than Windows users will. But it still does the same thing. You still can use the OS to maneuver, change configurations and settings as you go through the operating system. It's just I've seen in a lot of cases in the real world where they don't even load the operating system on servers when it comes to Linux. There's just a DOS window, and then you have to go off your commands. So that's why I really want to harp on those today and show the um the commands in the lab. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Some of the features of Linux, and this slides are segmented into two slides, where it's Linux and then Mac OS. But remember, they're sister kind of operating systems where they have the same feel, some of the same icons, um, if not the same commands that you can use on Linux, you could use on Mac OS. But this is the infamous shell that they use, terminals. And this is what I see a lot of Linux administrators they work in, and that's all they work in. They know they have their cheat sheets when it comes to the commands, because there's a ton of commands, and they just pretty much they run a ton of systems off of these command centers, terminals. And
Are we supposed to be able to see it? Cause
uh
we can't see it just yet.
my bad, I'm out of it. Good call. That's great.
There you
Sorry
go.
about Sorry about that. All right. But a couple of slides earlier, you didn't really miss anything. It was just the introductories, intros to it. But this is the terminals that they use, and that's what we're going to look at in today's lab. The reason why I want to couple this with a lab is that you have to see exactly how it looks, being what it's trying to do, because we could do the same thing in the operating system. um, but you kind of you might look at it like, well, why know the commands and why mess with the commands, the terminal, when I could just go through the settings and move the documents myself. um, and getting into the commands, couple of popular ones that I have highlighted is the CD command and the LS command. CD, which is change directory, and then LS is the list, the contents in that directory. So in the Windows world, this is how it will look to change the directory. Sorry, to change the directory, we're talking about going from one uh folder to the next. These are different directories that we can go into. And you can navigate up here, or you can just go through and double click. These are the way that you will navigate on the OS side. So it's a better user experience, right? That UX experience is good this way, and it's more intuitive. People can be able to navigate this way through these different directories. The list of the contents in those different directories will be, once you cannot drill down anymore, you're pretty much at a endpoint. And so anything that's listed here will be your contents in those things. This is where the ls command comes into play. And in the DOS window, they won't show you this, right? They won't show you like a pretty little folder with the name written beside it. You'll probably get the name and the type of extension that it has on the end of it, and you will have to kind of know what it is before you actually give it a command to actually open, um, or if you want to move those contents from different folders. So in moving those contents, if I wanted to move this whole directory into this directory or this folder, I could just drag and drop that, right? And if I wanted to move an actual content piece, I could just drag and drop it wherever I want it to be at. But in the terminal, I would have to type in the command to do that without even looking at it. And then I would have to go and verify that it has moved once I've already hit enter. Now, me just talking about it is kind of like, yeah, I get it, but you'll understand it more, I believe, once you see the lab in action. So other commands you can have is the search commands, where you can search and look for different tools or files. Um, and having these commands memorized, I would try to memorize the ones that I have highlighted and go into the exam with those. But to remember each and every command for different command prompts, you're gonna get confused when it comes to, well, you may not get confused, but for me, I got confused when it came to the commands that I would use for CMD in the Windows world versus the commands that I would use in the Mac OS world or the Linux world. Um, because let me show you one here that, do I have it? It might be later on. But anyway, the some of these move commands, such as MV or change directory, which is a CD command, those are the same commands that you could use in a Windows environment as well as a Linux environment. Um, but everything is not a one for one. And so you just have to separate the two on which ones you can use and which ones will, if you're in a Windows environment and you type in CPs, the command prompt might not know exactly what you're talking about and give you an error on that. But as you can see here, CP is for copying those files, MV will be for moving those files, but on the same hand, it's for renaming the file as well. So remember that. We'll come back to that. All right, in the Linux world, or in the Windows world, we have administrators. Administrators or super admins, those are user accounts that have all the permissions that they will ever need. They're not prompted or held up by any restrictions in any kind of way. They can pretty much make any changes that they feel the need to in a Windows computer. The Linux and Mac equivalent of that is a root user. So whenever you see the word root, uh, I want you to think that this is a super user or what we call a God account. This is somebody that has all the permissions and can make or create different accounts. Um, they can give permissions, take permissions away. So with that being said, this account needs to be heavily guarded with a decent password, as well as everybody doesn't need to know that the root account actually exists. um, if they don't know about it, then we don't really need to tell them about it. And definitely, if we having third party members work on those computers, we definitely don't want to give them the root account password. Just for pro tip, if you ever need to give out a password, it's just, there's no way around it, you have to give the password out. I want you to immediately, after that person has been finished working on the PC or what have you, change the password. Change the password, and you don't have to worry about shutting down the account. Just change the password to make sure that they're not able to get to the account anymore. Now, sudo is also a command that can elevate your permissions on your, let's say, your lesser account. So it may be a user account, but you need to have elevated account at that elevated privileges at that time. You can use a command in the Linux world called sudo um, to actually bring your permissions as a elevated level and be able to make the changes that you need to. Sorry. Um, Now you can also in the command center, you can also use these different commands to add a user, make modifications to a user, which is the user mod, and then you could delete a user too. But typically, these commands can be executed only if you have the sudo command. And this sudo command normally comes with a password that's coupled with it. Um, you can make those changes to a user there, or if you have the root account username and password, you're able to make those changes there. I'm sorry. Okay. File permissions. So in the Linux world, um, they do file permissions a bit different. Where we use in the Windows world, we could pull up a file. Let's say, let me go back to my here. We can go and right click on a file. Let's go to permission properties. Can I do it here? Or maybe I need a actual document. Properties, security. And then if you see the permissions here, to change the permissions, I would have to click edit, and then I can add and choose what member can be of this file and who has access to it, right? And then if I really wanted to get granular with it, I can go down here and then check the boxes on if I want them to read or write or execute, right? Now, here's the thing about Linux is that you could do the same thing. And I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're in the command prompt, there are commands that can do this in the Windows world. It's just, and even in the Mac and the Linux world, we typically do this in a OS system. But for these particular slides, we're talking more about the terminal window. Um, in the Linux world, we're using this matrix here as far as what you can do when it comes to reading, which is represented by the R, writing W, and then execution will be the X. Now, these are on a nomenclature scale. So read is 4, write is 2, and then 1 is a execute. Add them up, and then you typically get your number on what you can actually do when it comes to uh, the permissions to that file. Now, if these dashes here, they are um, if they're missing, then that mean well, a W is supposed to be in where this dash is at. So since this person doesn't have a W there, they can read and then they can execute, but they're not able to write and actually change, let's say, a application. Whereas maybe we have a sensitive document and a person can only read the document, they cannot write or execute any type of changes to it. Okay, so that's what those dashes are. They are typically coupled in this three letter three letter configuration. But if you see dashes there, that means that they don't have any permissions to do whatever's missing, right? And these are some more commands that I would say that are typical with Linux and Windows. Change mod or chmod. I had different people say it differently, but anyway, change mod is just to be able to change the modifications of it, being able to make changes to a particular file. You can give that command in order to execute those type of things. And then the change ownership or change group is typically we're taking this same file here, and if we're going to change the ownership, then I could change the ownership just by going to properties, and then I could change that probably up in here with the username, the usernames and groups. I can change who actually uh, is responsible for the particular document. Groups is the same thing. You would change that up in here on an OS. Now we're talking about a a terminal. So this is something different, and these are the commands that you would do in order to make those things happen. Now, in the Linux world, um, package management or getting a application downloaded and then actually install totally different. In the when it comes to downloading a application through the terminal, this is totally different than anything you will come across. You're gonna send commands out to a repository, and then they're going to pull all of the contents of your application down, and then you will use commands to actually install them. Now, after that install, then it will be on you to understand the commands that you need to send out in order to upgrade that software as well. So things like this, I think, is where Linux administrators, they make their money at. This is where they are um, niched into their particular sector. And if you don't know about it, then you really are kind of lost at it. But the wonderful thing about it is that anybody can, again, like I say, get your virtual box and download some Linux systems and practice these things on your own to get some type of feel for it too. Now, also we have in the with the lab that we're going to do today, they let you go back and forth with those commands and see exactly how it's done. And trust me, you want to have those instructions from the lab, because those instructions will guide you and take the a lot of the thought process out of it, because it's, trying to set up a Linux machine just by watching a YouTube video is torture. And I wouldn't necessarily want you to do that, but at the same time, there's no, if that's the way you have to get that knowledge, then I'm gonna say that you just got to do what you got to do. All right. Now, the last thing in this section, let's talk about the process ID, the PID. Uh, when you're downloading all of those contents of an application, it could be a ton of information that you see here, um, and it's going to that processor is going to take its time to actually go through each and every one of those processes, make sure that it fulfills each and every one of those things, and they're typically um, numbered in this process, which is the PID. That PID will shows who is next, and then really kind of the importance of those different commands. And so if you see those things or they're out of order or something like that, then you will know, um, well, I'm getting out of the scope. But just understand that this is the order on which that processor is going to go by installing each and every one of those commands. All right. You'll see a lot of this in the Windows world, PID, when it comes to a print server or some type of print queue, where we have tons of information trying to be printed off at one time, and that PID will let you know. I'm sorry, say it again. Oh, that scared me. Dang. All right. In a print queue, so that print queue will let you know exactly who's next in the print jobs. Any questions before we get into the features of the Mac OS? And again, if those commands sounded a little bit kind of fuzzy, like what is he talking about? Wait till we do the lab. That hopefully that will straighten out a lot of things for you. All right. Mac OS, the features of Mac OS. Like I said, it's a sister OS operating system to Linux. So they're going to have a lot of things that are the same. Um, but the user experience is a lot better in um, Mac OS versus Linux. Linux is, you can see here in this picture back here, it's not really it's just kind of like your typical, this is what a computer guy would have his background to be, and it's not just, it just doesn't have it, in my opinion. But it's free, so what are you gonna complain about? The the Mac user, I mean the Mac OS on the other hand is a lot more friendlier. User experience is through the roof. They make everything real smooth and easy to learn, even though it could be a little intimidating in the beginning. The Spotlight feature, which is their search feature, I think they are the ones who kind of reinvented. I think they are the ones who redesigned that type of feature. Whereas the start menu for Windows was good in Windows 7, going into Windows 8, but it didn't search across the whole operating system. It kind of searched within just the programs, um, and it will. Windows has came a long way when it came to the actual user experience, whereas Mac OS and anything that's coming from Apple, um, it is pretty much a home run every time when it comes to user experience. It's very easy to pick up their products and become a master at it if you're willing to give your time and effort to it. Um, and so I I can't say that I wouldn't. Well, let me not get into that. But anyway, the terminal will be the same when it comes to Linux and Mac OS. They will be the same, and the commands will run in the same line as well. Now, the Apple keyboard, this is one of the things that kind of threw me for a loop when I first was introduced to a workstation from Apple, where they had their mouse. I don't know if I could show the mouse. This mouse, this threw me for a loop too. And you've been working with a mouse your whole career, and it has two little buttons on it, where this doesn't. I think you had to hit it with two fingers on one side or whatever. But it's it's weird to learn something new, but then it's like, oh yeah, I get it after you learn it for a period of time. The keyboard, on the other hand, I still have problems with that as far as running administrative things on it. So if you've never seen a Apple computer or a keyboard, real quick, um, has anybody in here has never worked on a Apple product or a Mac OS or any type of Mac? Has anybody never touched that?
I haven't.
Okay. Let me bring up the keyboard real quick just to show you what I'm talking about. The keyboard looks like this. Now, it's typical, right? Your keys are the same as far as the alphabet is concerned. There's nothing wrong with the numbers. And some of the commands up here are the same. This threw me for a loop when I first seen it. The function key, the control key, and then this command key over here. I was like, what in the world? And then you had another command key over here. And these mean something to them. Or I'm not, no, I'm sorry. These mean something to the users in that Apple community, because they they use these a lot more than what a Windows user will use a control key for, or alt key. I doubt if anybody have ever used really their function key for any type, unless you have function keys at the top around where your numbers are. But on a typical Windows uh, keyboard, you don't really have these keys down here. And to set up a Apple Mac OS, you will need to understand where these function keys are, and then I think it was something else with the mouse that needed to be done too. But either way, big learning curve. Um, if you never done anything with it, it would kind of make it things right out of the box kind of frustrating. Yeah, I haven't even seen the global key. So the global key takes place of what key? The one of the command keys, because oh maybe
Um,
models.
from as much as I know, because this is a more dated version of the Apple keyboard. I guess the newer models has the global key. I mean, since I've had MacBook, I've always seen the globe. But essentially, it's like a time type thing. It's the FN key. It's basically the FN key, the function key. But if you hold it for a specific amount of time, it does different things. So it's like a long hold type ordeal, if that makes sense.
Like a sticky key.
I I wouldn't say sticky key necessarily. Maybe I'm not really familiar with sticky keys because I think that's more of like a Windows feature.
Mhm.
But um, if you just like hold it, it gives you more options than the options that you already get. Because the function key, um, is of course for the functions up there, but by long holding that button, the global key, you can get options depending on which application you're in.
Oh, okay. So it brings up even more
I don't
options.
know. It might
Apparently.
help to like look up like a newer version of the Apple keyboard because it might have the glow on there.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I seen the little globe before. Yeah, yeah. I seen that. And actually, I seen the aftermarket keyboards that they sell for Apples. Um, they have that global key too.
And that little I don't even know what to describe what it looks like, but the little cricket Y with scoliosis is the option key. The little symbol you were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a curve that I think if you're gonna get into um to the Apple ecosystem, then this is a learning curve that you would have to get over because in the Windows world, we don't. Because my thought process is that the option key is the equivalent of a alt key. So if I'm going to do Control Alt Delete, I'm mashing. My hands are just going to go into that action of okay, the alt button will be here. I'm going to hit this option key, and if that doesn't work, I'm hitting the command key. And I assume the control key works as the same way that a control key works in a Windows PC, but I might be wrong on that. I'm more than likely I am. But these this system preferences, um to your point, this is more of a older look to it. Um but it is a lot sleeker than what you would get when it comes to going to the this is the equivalent of going to the control panel in Windows. And we could do, let's say, it's just it has a better, I think it just it's laid out a lot better than what Windows operating systems are, in my opinion. Now, moving on, we already are aware about Apple IDs. Um, they are migrating everything to be profile generated. So we want to make sure that if you're working with users, if they don't understand or know about their Apple ID or the password that gets to it, then you may have some issues. Quick question: um, when you put in a password change for your Apple ID, does it still take a couple of days before the Apple help desk actually gets back with you, or is it a lot quicker when they send you a recovery email?
It's a lot quicker.
Okay, I remember it. We used
It's
to take.
just like changing your Gmail password.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
nothing official anymore. It's just like as easy as just go in there and change password. And if you do you mean like if you don't know your old password, like recovering your password?
Yeah, like so we used to run into the issue where an employee would leave and then they would leave their iPhone or their iPad, but they forgot the log out of the Apple I mean they will forget to log out of their Apple ID, and so we would have to put in um, recovery keyword passwords with them. And Apple used to give us these emails like, hey, wait until we call you, which it'll be like maybe a week or two before they actually give you a call, and then they want to go through the security processes of asking them their name, address, and all that good stuff before they actually send you a code to go and change your password. So I'm assuming that's not the way it is now, which is great because I used to dread that as far as trying to get in contact with Apple. I would try to make sure that people remember their Apple ID password, and then I wouldn't even try to make them understand their keychain password. But I would definitely get people kind of mad. Well, people get mad at me when I tell them that their keychain password is probably not going to be the same password as your regular password for the Apple ID, where you know at that time, biometrics wasn't really well. We're talking about on the desktop or the laptop. They really just made you, have a bunch of passwords for and and enforce the different, tough passwords too. So for certain users, but nevertheless, they are. I think they really kind of built their persona on being secure, and a lo- I don't know if you guys really say it now, but I would imagine, a lot of well, not imagine, a lot of people would say that Apple was very secure, and that's why they got their computers to be an Apple is because they felt like they had the most or the best security. I don't know if that's what users are saying now, but that's what they said when I was coming up. But File Vault is no different than what Windows will offer when it comes to not secure boot, BitLocker. This is encryption on the whole hard drive disk and being able to lock that down. Now that probably comes with another password that you have to understand and keep on you, but that security is there. Now, Apple ID should be married right up with iCloud. Everything, everything that goes onto your Mac will typically be found into the iCloud. Um, I always liked it. I like this feature of Macs because Windows fails. They failed at the Windows Phone back in the day. I don't even think y'all remember that, but they came out with a. Oh, it wasn't made by Nokia, but I think it was made by them, and this was around the Windows 8 timeframe, and it was supposed to be the phone that was an extension of the desktop. Whatever you changes you made on the phone, it would automatically update to the Windows desktop. It never came into fruition as far as the user experience. It was a phone that got hot, turned off. It never. It would once you plug it up to the desktop, it would just freeze. And they kind of they kind of left that sector thinking that maybe it wouldn't blow up at that time. We're talking about early 2000s, not early, but maybe like 2006, 7. So it turned, this is the turn where the iPod and the iPhone was just catching traction, and they really kind of solidified what it was to have an extension of the desktop or your laptop on your mobile device. And they would, soon as you would come into contact with your those two devices, they would share information like this. Now this is it would upload your information on from the phone to the desktop, which would now your desktop be the cloud. um, and then whenever you got a new iPhone or iPad, you can always just download that information to that new device. Nowadays, everything is in the cloud, so you don't even have to have an iMac or a MacBook. You could just have the phone, and you could pull all your information from the cloud anyway, including a ton of applications that you had on different other Apple devices that you had. So it's when it comes to their ecosystem is top notch. It works with if it has an Apple on it, it can talk to the other Apple products, no problem. And they're getting better with adding more non-Apple products into their ecosystem, but they definitely are, made for just their own products. Now, another security feature that you would know from Apple, the App Store, is that the the security that they have when it comes to not letting anybody and everybody put their app in that store. You have to be verified and have a legit application. A bad thing about Android, and I'm gonna bash them a little bit, is that sometimes you can run across some bad applications in in the Google Play Store, and it's it can be a little bit scary because sometimes you want applications for functionality, and Android is willing to give you the functionality, but sometimes it's a wild wild west out there in the application field, and you may get something that may be spying on you, may be taking the information that you put into it. Majesty.
Okay, so I don't know if you're aware of it. Well, you might have an iPhone, but there's a specific thing that Apple does that I don't know on the conversation of the App Store. So I don't know if it's like a privacy thing where like when you signed up or terms of service, but when you owe Apple money, they like lock the Apple Store. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
No.
Oh, you didn't know? Yeah. Okay. So, um, indifference is why I was asking, like, in what maybe this is like a copyright thing, because this never really made sense to me. But with Google Play, the App Store on, Android, it's open source. You can download anything on there. But with Apple specifically, if you owe money to them, or I want to say any application, then they will lock the Apple Store from you being able to purchase anything, download anything, even if it's free, like just even really just utilize their app store until you've cleared all of your debts. So how does
That's
that work if you're aware?
if you what what do you mean, how does it work?
I mean, like in terms of like copyright, because well, I don't know if the word is copyright or terms of service. It's
Are
just
you
like
saying is that right? Do they have the right to do that?
in a way, I guess, because I
Yeah, they got
was,
the right. I mean, it's their Play Store.
I
I
guess
mean,
so.
it's their App Store. They that's from a business standpoint, and I guess now me talking about it from a older man standpoint, I'm looking at it like, yeah, that's what I want. I don't want nobody playing around. You owe me money. Nah, if because look at it like this. If I'm developing my own app, this app brings me money, and you done bought something on my app. The card was a gift card, right? 'Cause I just tried this. Not saying I'm trying to scam or nothing like this, but I have a $25 gift card. I bought something that was $25 and 66 cents. I was thinking Amazon was just gonna put it on my profile and let me pay the 66 cents later. Nah, they was like, nah, insufficient funds. So I was like, okay, I'll pay it with another card. But in the case of the app store, if you bought something off the app store and you have insufficient funds, but I already gave you the product, now I'm losing out as a creator. And so the one thing that'll keep good creations or good creators, top tier creators coming to the Apple store is that they can have that to hang their hats on. Like, yeah, people ain't just, taking my content and then treating me any old kind of way. And then Google's not handling that or fighting for me as the person. Apple, they can look at Apple and it's like, yeah, they'll shut the whole phone down. The only thing you could do, and like, the only thing I think they can't really do is maybe make it to where you can't make a phone call because you got, or they might be able to could do that to where maybe they can only make you do an emergency call 911, but you know you're going into the whole who runs the phone lines or who's you're playing with, and if they have a contract with them, then maybe they can do that. All in all, is it is it do they have the right to do so? Yeah, it's their business. They probably have it in some type of clause somewhere to where this is what's going to happen, and this is in the benefit of our creators. Um, is it morally right? You get people to go both ways on that. So that's honestly, I think that's dope though. You owe the money, I shut the whole phone down. Pay the money, which could be bad because sometimes your kids could get the phone and run them jokes up, and you got to come up with that. So I don't know. Now that I think about it, maybe that's not so cool. So I don't know because
appeal process where you can like go through it, like appeal charges and stuff like that, and they'll like
I'm sorry,
take it off your account.
Kristen. You sound kind of low. Can you say it one more time?
But they have like a appeal process to it where you can like go in and say like you didn't purchase A B C D E F G, or that you want to like cancel your subscription, and usually it'll, you know, unlock the app store for you.
Oh, so you got to put disputes in.
If you go through a appeal process, it's usually like, now if you owe them like $20, $30, no. But like for 4 or 5, usually they'll go ahead and unlock it.
Oh, so the threshold will probably be around $20. They're probably gonna make you pay that.
Yeah, they'll make you pay that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's
And
been plenty of times where I had like a subscription, I didn't pay them. I just went and like contested the charges on it, like, oh, I was canceling that, and they'll unlock the app store, and then they'll get back to you
I'm sorry,
on
hold
whether
on.
or not it was good.
It's like a subscription to like Netflix or something like
Well,
that.
let's say it's like the charge you owe them is like a subscription, like it's like you owe them for Netflix because you linked your Netflix, whatever, like you bought it through the App Store. You know what I'm saying?
What? Hold on now. Now that's different.
Because my Crunchyroll is like that. It's like my anime like
right, it's so weird
subscription.
because it's like
If
Apple
I
is
went through Apple and got it, like I got it on my phone, and so it goes through them kind of to take the
Okay.
money out and stuff.
yeah, and
All
that's a
right.
big problem with Apple in itself because there's two different ways. You can either, at this point, also I feel like Apple is its own bank in itself because there's two ways to charge for services. You can either charge your services directly through the Apple Store, and or you can like circumvent this and go to like the actual app's website in order to purchase any type of subscription. The problem with this though is that Apple is, just to summarize, an a-hole, and a lot of times it will force for users to only go through the Apple Store in order to like process transactions. Why? Because Apple takes a profit off of those any transaction that's put through it. So that's what I'm saying. Like you're talking about some, out that's like security, but it's like at the same time, Apple takes money from them. Like for a moment, Spotify was
I
having a
ain't saying
big
security was free now.
for a moment, Spotify was having like a big issue with Apple because Apple has Apple Music, and essentially what they would do, they made the Spotify subscription like more expensive if you have an iPhone compared to if you have an Android. So it was unfair, and they didn't really give Spotify the rights to manage their own, honestly, transactions for iPhone-based products.
I'm stuck at y'all are not setting up these applications on a computer. Y'all are doing this all through the phone.
It just goes straight to the phone. Like honestly, that's how a lot of my stuff is right now. Like any streaming services, any apps, honestly, is all charged through Apple, which is then connected to your card.
And they like incentivize you getting like the Apple card so you can like do it
Mm-hmm.
quicker. Like if you get the Apple Pay Apple card,
Yeah, to
you
upload
can
your
do it
wallet.
quicker than your wallet. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And so it's convenient. I'm not gonna lie. That's why my stuff is like that. It's really convenient. Like you don't, it like sends you a notification, it sends you a receipt. It kind of like automates your subscriptions and it makes it easy to manage them. But when you don't pay your subscription, they will lock all your stuff down on you.
Hold on. Okay, so what personal things can they block and lock that down?
I mean,
Can they
all
do it
they seem to block, they don't block any services other than the App Store. And
just
that's
the
Yeah.
app store? And I'm assuming that particular app.
Or
no,
if you want to buy anything from
yeah, you
like
can't
their
get
store.
anything new. If you have any apps downloaded, then you can still use those apps that you currently have on the phone. But if you try to go and download a new app or purchase a new app, and I even think sometimes even process a new totally different transaction, it won't let you move forward with any of those processes until you clear any old charges. And like you said, I'm assuming it's because of the fact that Apple takes profit off of every single transaction that happens directly through their services.
Then
So
I say that I'll still stand behind that. That's a security feature from the creator standpoint. If you can guarantee me that I'm gonna get more of my money back, then yeah, I'll pay you a little bit of what I'm getting in everything. And long as you're not like I at first I was thinking that they locked down the whole phone. You could use the phone, but take pictures and maybe call your people. But if they're giving you still full access to everything, and the only time they're bugging you is to get their money, right now that's a win for them. And yeah, I can't fuss with that. Um, but they kind of setting you up when it comes to, hey, we're gonna give you a convenient outlet here. And I feel like that's the scam of it, is that, just set the application up on the computer where they're not upcharging you, instead of, and then just go and download it, sign in with your regular account, and then use it as a regular application, instead of being upsold on a they call these things funnels. So you download something, and then they give you a little bit, and then they give you a paywall in order to get something else. That's what I'm telling you. That's what that new TikTok gonna be. They gonna say, well, anyway, you gonna get a little bit, and then they gonna say, hey, you want everything, you want the blue check mark, whatever that's enticing. That's where they're gonna have that paywall up. But I did not know that they was really locking down on debt like that.
I got a
Yeah.
question.
What's up?
So I was able, and I'm not gonna lie, I go to the Apple store and it gives me a update payment and stuff like that. Because sometimes some subscriptions I'm not gonna pay until I'm ready to pay for it. But um, I was able to download something though, so I wonder how that works. Because what I do is I don't have my account to the card. I guess once you go to your Apple Wallet, I think that's kind of what you said earlier. If you go to the wallet, you can upload money to whatever your ID is. And it's like a card. You really can't use it. You can only use it for the Apple Store. But I have my charges come from that instead of actually come from my actual card. So I guess if it's a transaction, it doesn't necessarily come out. But I will say this much. If you upload money to that card and you got a payment that hasn't been paid yet, it'll quickly take it out. So if you're trying to pay for, you better pay for it real quick. Because Apple don't.
especially when it comes to the Apple Music. And then on top of that, due to this little cut that they have, any majority of products on Apple cost more. Like getting a subscription on Android will cost less than having on Apple because Apple, that little commission is 30% like off the top of any revenue at all, just on the App Store. Which
So
frankly,
when y'all getting the Galaxy, when we coming over to
oh, no,
Android?
I'm still Team Apple.
See?
It's
All
okay.
right.
You're helping me get into cybersecurity. I can afford it.
I almost cuss. All right. Hey, to each his own, but y'all basically telling me, all right, yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna say that. But y'all basically telling me y'all getting abused. and y'all okay with it.
Aren't most Americans getting abused?
I mean, it's not.
I
It's just.
avoid the toxic relationship.
I think they just take advantage of our laziness because it's like even though they do
That's what
you
it is.
wrong, it's like Apple automates everything. Like as long as you connect your card to it and you got money on it, that's all you got to worry about. They do any and everything for you.
And
And
I mean, that's exactly why I will never switch to Samsung. I can't do it. I can't do it. So you gonna say I have to remember my own subscriptions all the time? I'm gonna have to type it on my stuff. No, I need everything
And it,
automated.
and it ain't
Everything.
just hard. Like even security, since we're on like cybersecurity as well, like iCloud is so simple to log in now. All you need, as long as you have a device that's in that Apple ecosystem, you can access your iCloud from any device because it just sends a ping
But see,
code.
I just said that how many hoops I had to jump through 10 years ago just to get an Apple ID change. They went there and gave you the convenience there, but then took that same hoops and put it on your subscription. They just moved the goalpost. They were just like, yo, y'all tripping over here about that? No problem. Here. I do this for you. Hey, but guess what? For this Apple intelligence, y'all gonna pay for something. I'm just ain't coming
We
out with new
black people
features.
in America, we used to them moving the goalposts. Okay, we black in America. Yes, they move the goalposts, and sometimes we chase after it, and sometimes we acknowledge it. This is one of those times we chase after it.
And at the end of the day, that little galaxy don't have Gmoji, and I'll be having a lot of fun creating new emojis.
That was a I ain't gonna get into that. But hey, to each his own. Um, I didn't know that they was doing y'all like that though. I'm sorry. Set the subscription up on the computer if you want to. If not,
The emoji. I avoid it.
so do you feel like you missing out when you avoid it?
Nah, because when I download the app and ask for a subscription, oh, I just go for the free trial, then cancel it afterwards.
Boy, y'all better than me.
Listen, I understand because Amazon or Prime Video hate to see me when they tell you
Hate
you
to
get a
see
month
me.
free. Hate to see me because they
Yeah, they
said,
put a
"Hey,
fake
new
card on there.
email." Yup, they say new email get a free month. I make a new email every time. You better tell Google, better have limited emails
Don't let me
because I
do the
got
student. Don't let me do my student email twice.
you ain't lying because I'll make it happen.
Hey, it ain't bad. Hey, I'm a college student. That's all I can say to them.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, I'm right there with you. If I really need to watch something, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and create that free Google account and use that real quick.
Exactly. Shoes. When you want to get a free smoothie from like tropical smoothie or something like that, hey,
Yeah.
make say create an account or redeem a friend. Well, refer a friend and make that account real quick and get it.
Well, the struggle is real out here.
We even have built-in cash out. Hmm.
What is that? I'm sorry.
We have Apple Cash instead of having to use Cash App or Zelle or anything. As long as the other person got an iPhone, that's why you don't mess with an Android. Anyways, as long as the person got an iPhone, you can send like your own. It's not well, as much as I understand it, you just load money into your Apple Cash card, and it generally functions the same way as Cash App does. They cut out the middleman once again, and I live for it.
I just
I
want to
tell you
say
what.
you are cooking. That is true. That is
Uh, nah, I can't get over the fact that Majesty said when we first started class and we got on the iPhone, and he said that there was a y'all look at it as a luxury piece. That stays in my mind, and I it's almost like back when I was growing up, like when we were first getting in the cars, somebody would go out there and get that Mercedes, knowing that they couldn't hold the Mercedes like that, and it was a perfectly fine Kia over here, but we still went for the Mercedes. I kind of like I'm hearing y'all, and I'm just like, the Android do everything that y'all doing, like other than the emojis. But I don't know.
Your message
Okay.
is still green though.
So car wise, foreign is always nice, but you get in that car accident, you might as well go ahead and call that wraps. It's total. Unless
Well,
you
I
get you a
ain't talking.
Lexus, you know.
And Apple Care, they got their own. Look, Apple Care come in clutch. It's
How much is Apple Care? If you don't mind me asking.
well, it depends on your device, but I want to generally say around like 50, 70-ish. Maybe that's like no. I really
For what? For a
no,
phone?
no, Apple Care is like insurance. Because
Yeah. You
with
said for the device though.
yeah, it's for each device. So you have to buy your own Apple Care plan for each device. It isn't like a broad coverage plan. But listen, don't shake your listen. But with Apple Care, you could take it to the Geek Bar. It is that the right thing? The Geek Bar, you can take it to the Apple Store, and they'll fix it for free every
Geek
time.
Squad.
And if they can't fix it, I think Geek Squad is Best Buy. But no, because Best Buy is underneath Apple.
They're authorized.
Right,
They're
right.
authorized Apple user, well, store, whatever you want to call it.
And if they can't fix it, Apple replace it themselves.
Yeah, but
They'll give you that model, or they'll upgrade your model.
They'll give you that model. They'll just replace the model. That's if Apple can't fix it. It covers all accidental damage.
now if you have two or more like problems with your phone, like you say, if you break the front screen and the back, then they'll just replace it. They'll go ahead and replace you. You just gotta pay like a small fee.
$60.
And normally like $29.
So add phone repair service on top of that.
I'm not gonna lie,
You
I
said
don't have it. I don't have that.
so what I do
But I don't feel like I should because I drop my phone all the time.
my way of getting past that is that I normally just buy the subscription like for Best Buy total, and that cost me like only like $100 and something a year, and then it covers any device that I put on it. Like if I buy any device from Best Buy, it's gonna be that one set price. Like for say you're paying like $500 for two phones to be on Apple Care or like a tablet or something, in comparison to me just paying like that 150 a year. And it lasts longer too. It'll last, like you said, it lasts like 2 or 3 years extra.
And y'all still paying phone bills too?
Yeah. Phone bills are
Hey
expensive.
man, technically, if you want to be legit, can y'all even like send a message through Wi-Fi, or can y'all do anything through Wi-Fi with Android?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. You could take the whole phone off and still operate as a phone.
even with like no phone service?
Yeah, I could do Wi-Fi calling.
When did y'all get that implemented?
It had to be, I want to say 2 years ago. I just used it when I just
Apple's
got this Galaxy.
always Apple always had the Wi-Fi. You can call, you can make the texty message and all that.
Hey, feature for feature, nah, I ain't going there
I mean,
because
it's true.
honestly,
You could trap off the iCloud now. You don't even need a phone number no more. As long as you got that iCloud, you could trap off your iCloud. You know what I
Not
mean?
lying.
You meet somebody, it does suspicious, but you meet somebody, you ask for their number, they drop that iCloud, boom. It ain't no different. You just gotta wait till they get around some Wi-Fi,
You
then they
know
can
they
let
ain't got no
you
phone plan when they do that.
back.
I'm just be real. You know they don't have a phone plan when they do that. Like and be like, "Ooh, I didn't have no Wi-Fi when you texted them." You be like, broke. Sorry."
Or you want to
listen,
take it up a notch and you can't make an actual phone call, you better download one of them text now apps. You still get by some Wi-Fi, you can make an actual phone call.
I mean,
What's up?
That's to each his
you can
own.
FaceTime
What's
audio.
up?
It's
You
basically
could FaceTime audio.
The Tech
FaceTime
Now
audio is like
subscriber is not available.
so
Mm.
okay, all right, all
Hey,
right, all right.
app for
Hold on, I
app,
gotta
feature for
ask a question
feature.
though. So people out here really if they don't have phone service, they still act like they got phone service because y'all can talk on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, with the
Oh
Apple
yeah.
ID, it's just like email. You're basically like Google Teams and all that. I mean Microsoft Teams or like Google Duo. Like if you have Wi-Fi, you're able to talk to anybody, and you can just text them on their phone. Well, you can't text like people with Androids.
Yep.
Mm, mm. I,
All I'm gonna say, Mr. Mitchell, is a dub is a dub.
Hey,
okay, okay. Real quick, because Now y'all getting under my skin a little bit. Who's tried an Android? A decent Android, not the
A Galaxy 5 when I was younger.
who's tried a
That's
recent Galaxy? Do y'all
The
switch
last
often
time I
or
have
y'all
the
just
Note
kinda like
7.
just
I
a
have an
what?
Android.
What type of Android you got, Clark? All right. If you ain't
You see an
a
iPhone
Galaxy, a
on the clip.
Galaxy Samsung, a Samsung Galaxy 22, 23, 24, I think a go feature for feature with any Apple Pro Max, whatever you want to put up with it. Um, and plus, I think it has more features. I think the I think the convenience of everything. Once you get into the ecosystem, I think Apple is the cream of the top. There's nothing like it. But it's so much that goes along with it. Again, going back to the luxury items, bro, you talking about buying the product, putting service on the product, assurance, the features in the product. I gotta get some accessories with this joint. Maybe I put like my homeboy, he don't put a case on his because he want I don't know if he want people to see it, but he just don't put a case on the phone. But some people gotta get the case, and it's just like, man, you can really get into the G's quick just by getting the phone. And Lord knows if you wanted to get a computer system to go along with it. Because the MacBooks ain't no way near cheap. And the resale value, which is another top-notch thing. The resale value on an Apple product is like this mouse that I got. This is an old mouse, right? I'm gonna sell this for $20. I know it'll sell for $20. Somebody will get it. I don't know why, but people just want it. And Samsungs and Androids just don't have that type of pull. And
I
I'll give you that.
I feel like MacBooks are good though, because they're like a really huge overgrown iPhone. Like, and I love it for that. I don't know, because like being able to text and FaceTime and do all that on my MacBook is just so convenient than having to pull out my phone.
I
That's how
don't
lazy
like
you.
it.
Like, I could text and have a whole conversation with my
That's
MacBook.
why I
Like,
don't like it. I be distracted on the MacBook. Distracted. Ooh, what's this text? I know I'm supposed to be writing this paper, but ooh, text.
that's why I disconnect.
Instagram. No,
I
I can't.
disconnect myself from there because it's like I don't want to be distracted. Because now you know you got that feature where you can actually use your phone while on your MacBook. Like the new iOS 18 update, it's like you can just go ahead and link your phone and you better be on your phone literally while on your computer.
And
It
I didn't
pulls
even
up
think
like
about
a
that. But I can imagine that being distracting when you're trying to, you know, be
get
productive.
work done. Yeah.
But at the same time, you got to look at it like it is productive if you had team members giving you information at critical times. So I can see it both ways. But hey, I to let me put a pin in it. I'm never going to convince you guys to try a Galaxy, but just if you ever just get a chance, just try it out. Just try it out to see if you could do the same things. And yeah, I think you'll be amazed. Um, anything else before we move on? All right. So we talked about the Apple Store, and this is where we're talking about the OS when it comes to the updates. Now, the OS is always going to be more intuitive than the terminal, like we already stated. And I think again to give props to Mac or and Apple as a whole, the the update process I think is a lot better than Windows products. Um, it just it's very easy to just click one button and it just kind of takes care of everything. Like you guys were just saying about um the subscriptions, and maybe that's what they, when they're having their meetings in the morning and they're talking about user experience, they're probably bringing up the fact that users love the fact that one button automates a lot of things, and so they can take advantage of those things too, where which is um paying for certain subscriptions. Now I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna open that can. Um, this is the network screen. Again, a lot better than what you will see on a Windows machine. Even the latest and greatest when it comes to Windows is not as pretty. You know what I mean? It really does bring in that mobile feel into a operating system, into a bigger platform that you can just embrace. Um, Sometimes Windows can have so many different options to where you don't really want to bother with it. You just kind of want to set it up and get where you got to go. In the Windows platform, we had recovery or reset this PC. This is going to be the time machine backup when it comes to Mac OS. Question to the Mac users: do y'all still have the time machine option, or is it coming straight from the cloud now?
It's coming straight from the cloud.
Okay. For Core 2, I would say
We
just
still we
be
still
aware
have
of
a time machine, but I think we just don't use it.
it.
It's
Okay.
still
I could see this feature going away, and because it with so much being shared with the Apple ID and the profile, um, really the only thing you would want to have is just kind of erase everything from the OS and then pull everything down from your profile. Um, so I could see this feature going away shortly, honestly. All right, troubleshooting wise, when it comes to the Apple apps crashing on a desktop or a laptop when it comes to Mac, my favorite command was force quit. Um, Back when it was 2013, a lot of applications were trying to become more Apple friendly. Um, I remember this being a notorious thing with Adobe. Adobe would constantly spin that pinwheel will just spin and spin and spin. And even when you force quit the application, it will cause the kind of like every other window to kind of crash out too. And it would then take you back to the desktop. But a lot of times when if that's the case, then um uninstalling the program, the application altogether, and then putting it back typically would fix the issue. Um, but sometimes you would have to wait for updates to come out from the manufacturer to actually put on that desktop in order to fix that issue. Now, those are the slides that I had. I still want to go over and do take 15-20 minutes and let's do this lab, and then I'll let you guys go for the weekend and well, long weekend because we got MLK Day. Where is that lab at? What is this? Yep, part two. So go here. So bear with me and let's good. I want to do this lab because I want to show you guys those commands in that terminal so you could see and see how we're just using the terminal to really kind of do all the things that we would do normally in a OS. All right, let's get started. So this is a Ubuntu operating system. going to be on the Linux side. One second. We're going to select that username Tux, and then we're going to put in the password here and click enter. It brings us up to our desktop, which is going to be typically what we seen in the last time we did some labs. We seen this kind of layout where we had the taskbar up to the left side. You can still get your apps on the desktop, but you can see how some things are similar to the Mac OS, and you can see how they can be sister operating systems. So we did that. Let's launch the terminal application by clicking the shortcut. That shortcut will be here. Click that one time, that'll bring up this terminal. This is where we're going to do a ton of our work here. I'm going to expand it out. And the good thing about this, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell. Which lab is that on Core 2?
This is going to be assisted lab, manage Linux using the command line tools. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I do want y'all to do this for the weekend and send me the questions that y'all got to do at the end. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that out there right now. But I'm gonna walk through it, so we can, go through those problems. But the questions I want y'all to answer at the end. All right. So within the terminal window, we're gonna refresh the cache available software by typing sudo app update. So this is where we're going to pull in a lot of information, updating those applications, right? So we're going to hit that T. Now that sudo means what? We're elevating the privilege of Tux because we're still in the Tux profile here. But in order to run an app update, we need elevated privileges. We're going to do that. Now, when we are using a sudo command, remember that sudo has a username and password itself. We use the sudo command for the username. Now we need the password for Tux, which we're going to put in that password here. And it runs this update. Now, in the real world, sometimes you don't even see these icons right here. You'll just see this terminal window. And that's how some people work. And this is why it's good to do this type of lab, because instead of trying to do this on your own and going through each one of those commands and typing it out, you get at least these shortcuts here that you could put in and actually alleviate that, because a lot of times we can put in the wrong command and get frustrated with the errors that we will get back saying that that's not right. Please try again. All right, so we got to update it. Install the Samba servers by typing the sudo app install Samba, then press enter. So let's go ahead and do that. Press enter. That'll bring in that Samba application. Now that Samba is installed, it must be customized by editing the associated configuration file by using the nano editor. So this is going to bring up some options at the bottom, and you're going to see a lot of writing at the top where we can look at what different options that we have. So let's go ahead and install now, since we already downloaded. Hold on, did we do that? I think we just downloaded. So yeah. We did that. We did 5. To find the location of the Samba configuration file, use the find command by typing sudo find / etc. Type, keep your files, okay. Type D, name Samba, and then press enter. Now, when I put this in there, I want you guys to pay attention that these are, you got to get things case sensitive when it comes to Linux. If you don't have the right spacing, or you leave out one or two things, it's going to find it to be wrong, and you will have to do it again. So again, doing this type of lab will definitely help you out when it comes to just kind of breezing through it. Now, these are the directories that I was talking about in the beginning of class, where you remember I was showing my documents here, um, and I would go up to the URL almost up here and show these different directories. Let me go back to program files, EA. So these are different directories. The program files is a different directory, and then the EA folder is a different directory. Same thing here when it comes to the command center or terminal. These are different directories that we're in, and then we found our Samba file here. All right, so we just did that. 6. Observe the previous command searches for the directory named Samba within the directory. Generally, the EC, the etc. contains the configuration files of a Linux system. Right now, observe the list that observe in the list that one of the matches search etc. / Samba. Navigate to this location in the file system by typing the cd command along with etc. and then Samba, then pressing enter. So it found two Sambas in two different directories. Okay, that's why we got two of them. So we want to go to the first one. So we're gonna do um, a change directory command, which is the CD command, to go to that one. If, at the top, hit enter. Now, what that does is that it changes this piece right here to let us know this is where we're at in the directory. Now, if we wanted to see the contents of this directory, remember where this directory is typically a folder, right? So it's contents in that directory. That's just the equivalent of we going to OS program files. Let's go to Microsoft Edge application down to this PWA helper. If we go up here, what we're basically saying, what we want to do is go to these different directories, which is a folder, a folder, a folder, and then within this application folder, I want to see this PWA helper. In this case, I want to see the contents of Samba. I'm going to put that ls um, command in there to see the contents of that folder. We're going to click enter, and then it shows. It only shows really these three contents. Right. Then that. Edit the SMB config by typing sudo nano and then typing in SMB config and then pressing enter. So let's put that in. Now you'll see a lot of information when it comes to those files and making changes to them. And then you will see that you have a lot of options here when it comes to actually executing those commands out. You are now using the Nano text editor. Hold down the keyboard, hold the down arrow on the keyboard until you reach the very end of the file. So you can click in here, just in this spot right here, and you'll see my cursor up here is flashing, and we're going to scroll all the way down to the end of the file. All right. Now on the blank line, on the last blank line, type in the brackets help desk wiki and then press enter. So let's go ahead and put that in there. Press enter. What we got? Then we're gonna go in and type in comment the equal signs wiki files. Put that in there. And we're gonna put in the pathway back to the tux public file. Put that in there. And I'm going to go ahead and put these last 4 in there as well, right? And you see that I'm not getting any errors back. So it's taking these commands. And they gave us a screenshots here just to kind of verify what we're doing. Press Control and O, and then press enter to write the changes to the file. Control and O. That's for mine, so I gotta get back in there. Control and O, and then press enter to change the files. Then press Control X to exit the Nano editor. That brings us back to our original spot. Select that score. Let's keep it moving. All right, create a password with the new Samba share by typing the password for Tux. Put that password in. Now, just so you could see this piece right here, what I just did was that when I had to put that password in, that it didn't show anything for the password. It didn't have the asterisks, or any type of dots. It's easy to do that here because I can auto fill it and then go back in and then go to the next one, right? But in the real world, we have to actually type those things out. And so if you're not great with typing, or you tend to need to see at least the dots, you might have a little bit of problem putting in passwords in a terminal window, because it's not going to let you know what part you got wrong, or if you put enough characters in. It's just going to